summary.
I
think
swear to God.
we committed some terrorism.
It's time to continue the
I
story.
don't know. If you
Terrorism
don't,
and
it's time for
communism.
Millie to get the rendition.
We okay, you're right. My mistake.
I cannot believe I'm the only person who takes
Why?
even a little bit of notes.
Now, don't worry
Being
about
a
it.
little bit of a jokester. I know what
Ooh.
happened.
Last time I locked everyone out of their dice.
There was
That is
terrorism,
true.
there was communism, and then crushing Andrew's hopes and dreams.
Yep.
No,
6 pages of backstory.
you say that, but you've only made things worse for yourself. You let
Damn,
them
they
live. They probably, have the same like bitch mode status that Kesra and Sazora have. But now that you killed them, there's just going to be more of them, and now they're all disposable, and now they're all dangerous. Because they're no longer going to try and run away if they're about to die. They're just going to try and take you with them. It's so much worse for you, I promise.
Yeah, but I can take them with me better than they can.
Probably true.
Yeah, as soon as we see these clones appear, they are immediately nuked on site.
Start making disposable bodies that just have a single rocket on them.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Oh hell yeah! Look at that art. Looks so
It
good.
is the day of the tournament. Zutalanis stayed the night in the room of the Baron that you decapitated.
Are we healed since we slept?
Hmm.
And
If
second
you aren't,
winds are back?
You probably will be by the time the tournament starts.
Let's go.
I mean, I know I was performing surgery instead of working on my cheating device.
Yes, that's
because
why.
some people got
because
fucked
he
up.
decided to spend the day healing you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So
Nice.
R4C4 will tend to any injuries that all of you have potentially accrued. So you can go to full health.
Oh, actually, no, I get to go full health too.
Yeah. There's lots of mechanics on Bespin.
All right.
On Cloud City.
But like-
This whole station is basically populated by like engineers and mechanics. Aside from like the entertainers.
Nice.
Zutalanis stayed the night in the room of the Baron that you all decapitated, who was harassing the guy at the front desk of the hotel.
Yeah, that sounds right.
You receive, or have you already received, I can't remember, a message.
Oh yeah, it was on the table, wasn't it?
No, it was. What did it say? Do you remember?
It was like await further orders and stay in your room or something.
Yes.
And don't make a scene.
It was explicitly don't do the thing that got him killed.
Yeah.
All right. You receive another message.
On the same, is it like a
on the same
hollow
terminal.
pad or okay?
It's like a computer terminal built into the wall of the suite.
Okay.
This is like a penthouse suite, by the way. This is like the top shelf room.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's got the overpriced beverages in the mini fridge.
I'm shocked
The
that they're
closet is
willing
bigger than
to.
most actual rooms.
They're willing to put such sensitive documents in a public hotel computer.
Well, to be fair, there's only one person who's supposed to be here.
Yeah, that's true.
The Empire doesn't assume that, like, they're taking on a group of genre-savvy adventurers that, know more than they should by virtue of being genre-savvy. They're like, okay, we've secured him a room, so the terminal is safe to use, because nobody's going to be able to see the messages on it.
Or they couldn't have accounted for the droid that has seen the movie before.
You receive a message on the terminal. It contains your instructions. The ones you were awaiting the night for.
Mm-hmm.
It reads, transaction codename Sarlacc 065824 is set to occur during the Cloud City Sabacc tournament as planned. The Hutt has assured us that his agent will be present to receive the handoff. An officer from the Assiduous will be taking part in the tournament. The transaction will occur during play so as to avoid arousing suspicion. You are responsible only for observing this transaction and making sure that the Hutt's agents do nothing to endanger the secrecy of the arrangement. Under no circumstances are you to interfere with the transaction. Once it's complete, send a confirmation message to Coruscant Standard Relay 88 Shen Zesh 3 and then return to Chandrila. No further instructions will follow. This message will now self-destruct.
Ah!
And that's how the real terrorism was committed.
Bureaucracy.
Wait, but how am I gonna keep an eye out for that if I'm participating? I guess I'll tell the gang over.
You're
Do
not
we have?
exactly the person this message was for.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Are we having continental breakfast at this hotel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
I will.
you
Oh.
have like a luxury breakfast delivered to your room.
I'll go down there and laugh at their piddly meal.
Nice. Classy.
What the?
Don't you dare disrespect the Belgian waffles.
Well,
How could you?
Chew's in the bathtub still, unless he's done being recovered.
Yeah, still trying to
I think
get
I'm
that
done
blood
being
back in.
recovered. Apparently we're all at full health.
Well, I don't know about you. You're probably negative too still.
Oh, I don't know, man.
On condition.
This is normal.
Between now and the next
Pharmacy
time it
for-
matters, he'll be fine.
Okay.
Pharmacy Force is a really good surgeon for a droid.
True.
If a droid sits
Especially
there
not being
and
a medical droid. He's like an amazing surgeon.
healing in this system is really difficult to acquire in small bursts in a short time frame, but over the course of a day, if you're getting dedicated medical treatment, you can receive all of your hit points back in a pretty short amount of time. Well, I say short, but it's like a full day, you know?
It's just like
In a 24-hour period, it might only take you like 8 to 12 hours to get back to full health.
Okay.
a severe injury only matters for the scene that it's been inflicted.
More or less. What players usually want is they want like a cure light wounds equivalent, where they're like, I'm missing 10 of my 24 HP, and we're about to go into the boss room. I need healing, like right meow. That
I'm surprised they.
is a lot harder to do.
I'm surprised they didn't give a description for the agents that are participating in the handoff.
There's probably a level of anonymity that.
But
the
how is this
parties
person
want their
supposed to
agents-
look for them if he doesn't know what they look like?
I know the answer. I'm trying to think.
Okay.
What are you trained in? Are you trained in bureaucracy?
Yes, I am.
You are. Roll it.
Wow.
Wow.
Your
It
best
was a
guess.
19 and then it rolled back down. Sucked.
Your best guess would be the agents have instructions for how to make sure that someone else knows who they are. The goal is most likely to keep as many parties in the dark about as many details as possible. This is like the most under the table dealing the Empire can possibly be doing. It would make a lot of sense to keep as few people in the know as possible. The agents probably don't know who each other are. They just have instructions and a time frame. Kind of like you.
Okay.
Nobody is supposed to know who anybody else is. Not everybody is supposed to have all the pieces. And, purportedly, if you were the Baron, who this message was for, you probably did have this information.
Yeah, but We done killed him.
He don't got a
can't.
head no more.
Yeah,
Oops.
Oops.
because of a certain peacekeeper.
Listen, I didn't mean to crit.
A guardian of the peace and justice.
Mm-hmm.
If
A
he doesn't have a head,
murderer
he
of
can't make any more trouble.
A
True.
symbol of hope and a
Exactly.
paragon of virtue.
Yep.
The Oathbreaker Knight just shows up. Homie! It's a Baldur's Gate 3 reference.
You mean my major gold sink?
what is Baldur's Gate 3? Is that a meme?
What is it?
Yeah.
It's Divinity 2, same studio,
Mm-hmm.
but it's based on Dungeons and Dragons 5e. Takes place in the same setting
So why is it not Divinity 3?
because it's a different story in a different universe.
Oh, okay.
No,
But it's
Divinity
like-
3 is the
it's
game they're
also
going to make with
bigger
all
than
with the
Divinity.
Divinity 3 is going to be what they're going to make with the piles and piles of money this game has made.
With the
Yeah.
millions upon millions of Baldur's Gate 3 dollars that they got.
Yep. They've already announced that it's in development, or it's like going to be developed.
Of
I don't
course it
remember which
fucking
one.
is. And I'll see you in 5 years when it's done.
Hell
Mhm.
yeah.
So yeah. The tournament will be starting today at 10:00. It is currently 0900.
Wait. Why would it be 1000?
I'm just 0959.
Why not 0901?
Bitch.
Wait, no, I'm just trying to think about how this clock looks. Because why is there a...
It's a 5-digit clock.
but why?
Maybe
How many-
Bespin has 112-hour days.
There ain't no way.
It's not impossible.
No,
Really
every...
depends.
What's the-
Everybody has to observe daylight savings in the galaxy, or else we can't keep our time charts correct.
Ah, you're right.
I hate this. I hate this so much.
Look,
No.
you have to blame the farmers.
Fun fact.
No.
Bespin had 12-hour days and 5,110 day years.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, those are some long ass years. Go through a whole year and
Yeah,
suddenly
it's a-
you're all grown up.
It's a fucking gas giant. It's going to be further out in the orbital path.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yup.
So does that mean every planet has different daylight savings?
Yes.
Most
So
likely.
anyway,
And different leap
after-
years?
After
You mean
Zeta passes
galactic
on
light
his info-
savings?
Sorry. Galactic.
Why are you able to? Why are you able to invite people to the server?
It's
I spend a force point.
It's
Right.
fine.
Are the rest of you able to
It-
invite people to
yeah,
the
it doesn't
server?
look like that's restricted at all based on server rank.
Yeah, I can invite whoever I want.
Whatever. Welcome, Billy the Bantha.
What the heck? Who is this Billy the Panther? Dude, what did
Oh,
I
look at
just
all
do?
these waving birds.
We brought someone else to play your droid while you were away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Billy
it's our 6th player, Billy the Bantha.
Billy T. Bantha.
Wow, so instead of a droid, you have a bantha now?
What if it's a
Yeah,
droid
but, like,
bantha?
Because banthas are not permitted inside a lot of parts of Cloud City because of the shedding, we've disguised him as a droid.
It's just a giant
It's
trash can.
Billy D Bantha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Billy Droid Bantha.
Yep. So, what is everybody doing with an hour before the tournament starts?
Nelia's going to work. She was supposed to show up before the tournament started.
And you do arrive in time.
Wait, did I tell her about the people, or is she gone?
I'm
Oh.
assuming that, like, unless you took a long time to come down and join for breakfast, you probably did.
Yeah.
Didn't
If
even
not-
join. He just came down and made fun of you.
All right, so if you didn't tell us, then no, she doesn't know.
No, I would tell you guys. Be like, hey, keep your eyes out for 065824.
My eyes are peeled.
8675309.
Oh God. Same brain cell.
We've always shared it. We just
Mhm.
weren't ready to admit it to each other. And I need it back because my wife needs it.
Unfortunate. It's my week.
Unfortunate.
Should have bought a bigger timeshare.
You ain't wrong. Do your parents still have that timeshare, by the way?
They do, yeah.
Excellent.
They're actually tomorrow flying out. for
Am
a while.
I allowed to wear?
Sorry, go ahead.
Am I allowed to have sleeves at this tournament?
Ask the question you're trying to ask and not the dumb question that precedes it.
Am
it's
I
only
allowed
white beaters.
to cheat?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
There are rules. If you get
For
caught,
cheating?
you get disqualified.
Oh yeah, Ginko wasn't here for that.
Yeah, but it'd be pretty hard to get caught when I roll like this.
What a droids.
It's probably
Oh,
not enough for trained cheater watchers.
damn.
I mean, I assume you could show the sheep
I'm not
droids.
saying it's impossible. I'm just saying a lot of precautions have been taken by the people who run the tournament.
Damn, so it's a desperate move kind of angle.
Okay.
If you
What if
cheat
you
while
accidentally
Natalie
end
is
up with
watching,
5
she won't
aces
say
in your
anything.
hand?
Here's some information you do have. You know that the players and the spectators will be wearing badges.
Yeah.
Badges are going to be disguised communication jammers. They prevent comlink-based communication within the perimeter of the casino.
Yeah, but R4 is gonna find a way around that tomorrow. So I'm not
They
too
have
worried about
also
that.
purportedly been bringing in clean, brand new, hot off the shelf, bureau inspected dealer droids to do all of their card dealing.
Droids are taking our gerbs.
All right, I promise not to cheat in the first deal.
Excellent. All right. Nalia shows up for work.
Hell yeah.
Jack Manderville is so happy to see you. He asks you what your choice of enforcement weapon is.
Lightsaber.
Didn't yeah, like, no, didn't he give me a stun baton? Like,
He
wasn't
did.
I?
You're technically allowed to carry a blaster. Don't know if that's your style. Should Gary
I mean,
Suda's blaster for him?
Oh yeah, I will. I'll carry blaster.
Excellent. Zuda, do you want her to carry your blaster?
Yep, it's out of the hotel. I feel naked now and scared.
So wait, where is it?
She has
with...
it. Yeah.
Okay, she has it. I was just checking.
Yeah.
Just
Cool.
like that bad show, Naked and Afraid.
Me, IRL. He sets you up in a position facing the crowd. You are behind the furthest table from the stands. From here, you have a great view of the floor, as well as all of the screens that will be playing different highlights of the different games that will be tabled And you also have a great view of everything going on behind the curtains, in the like tech booths that are just behind all of like the pageantry and stuff, like the the back rooms stuff. You've got a nice open view of everything. Once you're in your position, they open up the doors so the public can start entering. There's not that much seating, but the event isn't strictly public. It's supposed to be just close friends and family of the players, but of course, there's going to be plenty of other people there. Because, when you have enough money, you can kind of do whatever you want. The players themselves enter the queue through a different line. Every person that goes into the casino is affixed with one of these pins, including the droids. They kind of just like hold it like an inch from your chassis, and it like magnetizes to you.
Magnet. Uh-oh.
Nothing circuitry disrupting, just you get a weird feeling that your communicator is going a little haywire.
Poor Gloppy.
Mm.
This is his only method of communication besides semaphore.
Oh yes, I will be the mime.
That's okay. I still understand him.
Just Chew Neely and his son going to the casino.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to gambling. The tournament is a 4-day structure. Each day, for the first 2 days, they will be eliminating half of the players from every table. Top 4 from every table of 8 advances to the next day. On day 3, they will play every table until there are 8 players left. And on day 4, they will play the final 8 players on one table. There are 256 people entered into this tournament, which, if my math is correct, should divide by 8, in theory.
Yeah, that's 2 to the power of 8.
Yep.
There are a few hundred people in the audience, which is many more than 1 or 2 close friends or family per player. But it's not including like press and security and things of that nature. But it's a very crowded space once everybody has been moved into the room. Jack does a grandiose speech about the soul of Sabak, how it's the lifeblood of the gambling world, how it's the prized gem that all other sports aspire to be, a thinking man's game. Some long-winded nonsense that everyone loves but nobody believes. And when they finally finish with the opening ceremony, the screen lights up and all of the tables on the screen start filling with names. I have a map of the casino.
Ooh, I hope I win.
Somewhere. Or I thought I did. I guess I didn't set it up in time. I didn't upload it. It's fine.
Aw, no new canvas for me to doodle on.
I will work on that.
My hero.
Mr. Zuta, you have been assigned to table 4.
The killers are all here.
This table is just the top 8.
Yeah, last year's top 8.
Yeah, last year's top 8.
That's why he's at table left 4 dead.
You're just fucked right off the bat. Amen.
The game was rigged against you.
Let's see. Where are the rules for the day?
Do I need to go to like a casino website and boot up Solitaire?
The last time I did this, I did actually have the player play out their hands like a normal game, but I find that tedious. It's not very much fun for everyone else to listen to.
Yeah, kind of.
So instead,
Just play a scene.
We're gonna
for
play it out
Maverick.
anyways. Dun, 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 dun.
I want you to roll 3 d20 and then add your wisdom modifier to each of them. You can roll them separately or together. Doesn't matter. But
Oh,
wisdom is
yeah.
your gambling stat.
Oh yeah, I have no wisdom. So we
No
No
probably
one
should
to
have
hold
picked
him.
somebody
No
else.
one to fold him.
Apparently he doesn't though.
Also, you can potentially gain advantages or disadvantages if you have an intended way of playing.
What do you mean?
Like, you can use your other skills to potentially wheel and deal yourself some bonuses or penalties, depending on how you go about it and how successful you are.
Yeah, like bluffing or intimidating your opponent.
Studying what kind of playstyle they have while you still have money to play with.
Distracting them with Chunili style small talk.
Become the wise sage Guru Lahima. Impress them with
Awesome.
your idioms.
Ask them how they feel about daylight savings time.
Galactic savings time, come on.
Let me see. Are you satisfied with your rolls as they are?
No, but I don't think I'd be able to re-roll them. So first one's a 10, second one's a 5, and the third one's a 6.
Do you have a strategy, or are you just kind of throwing yourself at the mercy of the cards?
It's hard to know what if I like.
Pretend it's poker.
I mean, if it's poker, what are you having me roll for then? When I get dealt a new card, or
Pretend that like each roll represents like several hands, and you're using your judgment to decide how to play them. That's what the wisdom roll is.
okay,
Like you're
well,
dealt like maybe 10 hands per roll or something. And how well you roll is how much you win or lose based on comparing them to like other rolls from the other players, for example. Just
okay,
it's
so
a long it's
so
an
if I
extended affair.
if I roll a 10, is my hand like a pair? Like, because that's
If you roll
still
a
really
10,
not helpful. What you're saying?
if you roll a 10, you played the 10 hands that you were dealt with that roll with a 10 level of intuitiveness, strategy, etc. based on what you know about the game. You played the hand to all of the hands that you were dealt in that time frame to the best of your ability, and the 10 represents the best of your ability in that time frame. Let's say each one is an hour. Each roll represents an hour of you playing cards. For 1 hour,
Yeah, but
you're
obviously
playing at a 10.
the one where I rolled a 5, I would be folding and keeping my currency. Like, I don't know.
But they might be
It
good
still
hands that you're
doesn't
still
make
losing because you don't recognize a bluff or recognize like when you're being led on or when, etc.
but
Right?
that's
Like
different.
what the hand is doesn't
Conceptual
matter.
poker.
Conceptual poker. It's kind of hard to describe.
It's weird that the role is multiple different aspects where you would think that the roll would be your cards, and then if you wanted to bluff, that would be deception. Like, that's why I'm confused. Because,
Well,
like,
I
but
think
you
you're
don't-
abstracting it away less than the system is abstracting it away.
Think about it like in a poker game. Do the players bluff with their charisma or with their wisdom? You could argue
couldn't
they bluff
be
with their
either.
charisma, but I would say the majority of the time they're deadpan no matter what their hand is.
That's
right?
not true.
They're not always giving information with
Dude, that's
their
not
eyes or their
no.
mannerisms.
No, that's not true at all. Some people purposely put on faces and do things like that to bluff.
Sure.
Like, there
But,
are people
I mean-
that will, like, joke you up, or
But they'll do the same thing if they're not bluffing too.
yeah, so you don't catch on. But, like, there's tons of different ways that you can have a quote-unquote poker face. It's not
Right.
it's
But
not
what you
like
decide to
everybody's
do-
a robot.
What
So
you
what's
do
Suda's?
per hand, like per instance of that is, it's not a test of your acting ability or your ability to deceive someone else. You're making a judgment based on past information, what the best play is with the information you have. That's wisdom.
Yeah, but my judgments would be with the tens, I would try to commit more to, like, I guess winning on the flop, and the fives and the sixes I would get out before I would have to put more money in the pot. Like, I don't.
The rolls aren't.
This doesn't
something
seem
you're-
very.
I think I kind of get where the confusion is. Your character isn't aware of what they rolled. At no point during
No, but
any of these hands do they think that they're playing better or worse than they were previously.
so there's no number that is the card's value to me.
You're correct.
Why not?
Do you want to play
Well,
out every hand
no,
like that?
no. Well, you could. So, like, it's really weird. Why would?
You're
Okay,
here for
let's
several hours.
let's say you deal me a full house, though. Why would I play like? Why would I play that poorly? Like,
You might not know what it means to play it poorly. That's what the wisdom. is.
how would I not? Okay,
You-
okay,
you might
fine,
go all
sure.
in.
If you
Thinking
if you
like,
tip-
oh, I've got a baller hand. I'm gonna get everybody's money, and then all of them flop or fold because they don't want to gamble against somebody going all in on round 2. You know what I mean? Like that might be an example of where somebody rolls low wisdom but got dealt a really good hand.
But then
might
there
make
should
the
be
wrong
two
play with it.
separate roll like that. That's why I'm saying that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know.
So you want one roll for the entire day?
No, it's like I should roll for the luck of what I'm being dealt, and then I should roll for how well I do that, like, that dealing. Like, otherwise, if it's one roll for both, then, like, how do you that like that's weird? Because
Okay.
how do you know what
Alright,
was
alright.
dealt, or
Well,
how do
let's
you know
play
how you
out-
played the hand?
Let's play out exactly what you're talking about. Let's do it. Just for one hand, I'll show you kind of what I'm talking about.
Well,
So,
you could say it's an
playing
hour.
A playing card has 14 possible faces, let's say, right? Like a normal standard deck.
Yeah.
So you get dealt an 8 and a 10 of hearts and clubs. Eight of hearts, 10 of clubs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if
First
you
off,
think
that's
you
not
kn-
poker. That's that's blackjack. But okay, continue.
Is it not poker? Isn't poker you're dealt 2
No,
cards?
poker
and
is
it's-
five
That's Texas Hold'em
cards.
poker.
there's like 6 million different varieties.
Yeah.
Of poker.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Like it's fine. If this is your plan, sure. Let's just say I rolled a 10 for my first d20. So what do you want me to do after that? You want me to bluff? But what do you want me to bluff with? That's what I'm.
I don't want you to bluff necessarily. I'm asking, is bluffing a strategy that you think you would employ?
Why wouldn't I?
Well, because you might not be good at it.
What?
You might, based on how good or bad your wisdom roll is, your character might think bluffing in a situation is good when it's not, or might not bluff in a situation where it is a good idea, or it might not work on somebody else who rolled higher than you.
But they would have to beat my bluff, not my wisdom.
I'm asking you to role play it. Tell me what your character would do on a good hand, on a bad hand, as a general rule, as a general strategy.
Okay, and
etc.
I told you on a 10, I would try to go to the flop and try to bluff my way of having a good hand. Like,
Right.
that is what I said.
The
but
only thing I was trying to get settled was that, like, your wisdom rolls have nothing to do with any individual card or hand that you were dealt.
But then what is the point of the wisdom roll?
To determine if your character is actually making good on the strategy that you're saying he's trying to.
Why would a bluff
go for.
not be deception and instead be wisdom?
Well, if you're gonna do a lot of deception,
hold on,
I would
hold
have you
on.
roll deception, and then based on how
But
you
then-
roll, I might give you a bonus to your wisdom roll.
What?
But we haven't gotten to
Okay,
that point yet.
but then I don't see the point of the wisdom roll, because you're just having me supersede it by saying what I would do. Like, if I'm rolling wisdom to say my character doesn't know what they're supposed to do, then why am I then superseding that with what I would do?
You're not replacing it, you're giving it bonuses. Numerical bonuses, like +1, +2, +3, etc.
Okay, it seems like it seems really weird.
Wisdom is the stat that the system has for gambling. It's just abstracting the act of gambling.
Yeah. But so then I rolled my wisdom. It was a 10. So
Correct.
whatever that entails.
Okay. Here,
Go with that.
I will use your rolls to paint you a narrative. The game starts. You're dealt several hands in a row.
Mm.
Some of them good, some of them bad. You develop a basic idea of how you want to play the game, having maybe played it before a little bit in the past, or having never played it at all. I'm unsure.
I told
the most
you
part-
last time we met that I watched people play at the
Yes,
like
you
bar
did.
place for like over an hour.
I do remember that.
So I feel like my character would have picked up how the game works.
Now that I'm accounting for that, you feel for the first several dozen hands that you are holding your own and picking off smaller winnings from worse than you players at the table. However, as the day starts to drag on into the middle of the pot, some of the pack leaders have gotten a pretty decent lead, and one of the players has already been evicted from the table for losing all of their money. And you are starting to lose hands to these better players.
Mm-hmm.
Starting at the 5, do you change anything that you're doing? The strategy that you've tried for the last hour on the 10 is no longer working because now you're playing against better players.
Yeah, then if I were winning before and my hands might not be as good as they were before, I would change my mannerisms to match when I had winning hands and try to bluff through, like,
Roll deception.
confusing.
Nice. Okay. You somehow manage to salvage some pretty unthinkable hands. Over the next hour or so, you actually claw back some of the money you've lost, and you are up from where you were 2 hours ago. Another couple of people get kicked off the table, and the only people left now still have more money than you, still playing a little bit better than you, but you are making a name for yourself.
Wait, how many people were eliminated from
There are
the table?
5
Though?
left, including you.
Gotcha.
So
So
one
I
more
just have to
person
beat
has
the
to
worst
go.
person. Yeah.
Yes. So now, do you have a different strategy, or do you just continue to do what you're doing?
No, because this is the 6. So on this, I would choose to get out early. Especially if I'm not like small or big blind. If I have just complete dog shit, and just try to play it pretty as upfront as possible. And then just I wouldn't really raise if I had anything good. I would just ride it to the flop, and then if I like even if I knew I had something that was winning, and that way I would at least take out the person that stayed in with me the longest. And if I had something really good, I would probably all in on it.
Okay. Okay. But you're... Okay.
That's why this feels really complex for rolling a single d20, man.
That's why I had you roll
Like,
2. Or
you had
3.
me roll 3, but still, this feels like, I don't know.
Never feels right to play Suburban Mind Bazak, but
Alright.
it's all part of the experience.
You go all in. Somebody else
Matches it.
matches it.
And
But
at
what
that
I'll
point,
have happen
I feel
now...
like it would just be my luck against theirs.
Correct. So, how would you like to resolve that? Just with
What's luck?
Well, we could do it 2 ways. You could just roll a straight d20 and I could roll a straight d20, or we could roll the hands.
No, just d20. I don't think it would matter.
Go fish.
So, how good do I think their hand is? You flip your hand over, they flip their hand over, and you win by maybe 1 or 2 points.
You don't
in
want to
terms of,
roll it?
like, hand value. I did roll it.
Where?
Under the table.
No. Oh, okay.
I could show you a screenshot, but you rolled higher.
Okay. Oh, well, I feel like, when you go all in and you have to expose it, should roll above table. But, okay.
I was rolling to see how good their hand was, because they've
Mhm.
already decided how clean the... for suspense, sure, I could roll it above table. That'd be fine. You don't clean them out, but you double your stack. You are now the table leader by a significant amount.
Wow, I'm surprised I made that mistake.
Not strictly because you're the best player, but because somebody else really thought they had the nuts, and
Yep.
they thought you were bluffing because you were on your last legs, and just it takes 2 hands and they bust, and you make it out.
Yeah.
Woo,
Okay.
no, not my hero!
You have learned a lot from this experience. There's a lot of nuance to this that your character may not have been aware of before. Going into the next day, all rolls you make will be at +2.
Okay.
Because you think you've lucked out on day 1. Like, this was stressful. This was a very hard day for you. And you had to make some pretty ballsy plays just to make it out of the day 1 table.
Oh yeah, my second 2 rolls were pretty awful.
Prep work you did the day before saved you in no uncertain terms. Because that's what I'm talking about. Like when I say like role play, what your strategy is, like that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. You're like, I spent last day just spectating games and learning strategy. I'm like, okay, that's a circumstance bonus. I'm gonna give you a 2 for every roll.
Mhm.
Easy. And now that
But
you've played the
it's
game and know the difference, you're getting another 2 on top of that. Like you can alter your rolls for the better or for the worse by making an argument to me about how you're improving your rolls, what strategy you're using to make the game playable for yourself.
yeah,
And
but
that way you can salvage bad rolls.
if I have no way to know like you're asking me to gamble without knowing what I'm gambling, if that makes sense. So it's really hard to come up with a strategy if I don't know how good or bad the thing I'm gambling with is, if that makes any sense.
It makes
Like
enough sense.
with the racing droids, it's like, okay, I know how fast this thing goes and I know generally its position, but if I'm being told like, all right, you have a bunch of hands for an entire hour, it's like, okay, that could literally be anything though. Like you could win with 2 pair just because of how the center is flipping, you know, like but you could also lose because
like-
all you have is a pair.
I like how you've decided that this is like
Is poker? Well, I thought it was Pazak.
it's sabak, but I
Oh,
don't
sabak.
know what sabak is, if it's meant to be like a
Uh,
7-card stud or
It-
Texas Hold'em,
I
or
think
if it's like
I
something
think
entirely
Sabak
different.
is Texas Hold'em.
Sabak is you have 5 cards in your hand.
Oh no, then it's old poker. Yeah.
Yeah. But I was using the analogy of Texas Hold'em poker because that's what I know.
But those are very different.
They're both
Yeah.
poker. How different can they be?
Because one, everybody shares cards that they're building off of, and the other is individual hands.
Oh, so
That's-
it's like mahjong.
Yes, it's like mahjong.
No,
This is
mahjong
now
is
a
like
mahjong
Zindangi.
tournament.
Well, yeah, I guess you can't really take the other person's card and add it to your hand. That would be kind of
Mahjong
nuts.
is in terms of card games, mahjong is more like
Go fish, but
no,
with
gin.
like,
Gin
oh,
mahjong.
oh
This
yeah,
is now
okay.
a
It's
Go
more like
Fish
rummy.
tournament.
Oh,
What?
go fish. Okay, I can't lose. Easy.
I can't lose, he says.
Yeah.
So now this is now a Scrabble tournament.
Okay, Scrabble. I
We were
will
playing
lose.
Sorry.
This is now a sorry tournament.
Sorry's
Nice.
pretty easy.
True. Roll a d6, easy. Over the course of the next 3 hours, the rest of you are just sort of spectating with varying degrees of alertness.
At the edge
I
of my
want-
seat.
I want to know if, like, since I have a good view of like pretty much everything going on, if I am able to like pick out specific people and like maybe figure out, or like reasonably figure out who like Darga's person in the tournament is.
It's a
What do
lady.
you know about Darga's person?
It's a woman who is well dressed, regal,
Mhm.
cultured.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And that's really all we really know about her.
Well, that's okay, because there's only one person here that description fits.
What?
Okay.
There's one woman?
No, there are several women, but
Oh,
all of
okay.
them are dressed comfortably. You know,
Mhm.
most people don't show up to a card tournament wearing uncomfortable clothes. Most of them will come in something real cozy, a sweatshirt, some sweatpants, maybe khakis and a t-shirt or whatever, but it's never going to be anything like cumbersome and big and hot. Except there is in fact a woman wearing exactly that. Your rap sheet, not rap sheet, but
Benji.
your roster says that the lady at table 9 goes by the name Lady Marana Fioro.
Oh, please spell that.
Sure, can do.
Figaro.
Lady Marana Fioro. Her planet of origin is Hapes. She appears to be a noblewoman from what is essentially the Star Wars planet of the Amazons.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Planet of the Apes.
In terms of their culture, they're Amazonian. In terms of their stature, in terms of their, like build, not as much. Some of
They have
them
really
can,
cool starships.
and they have very cool starships. Some of them are pretty dainty, like this lady is, and they dress very fine. Nice long blue silk dress with a beautiful pink sakura petal motif etched
Another
into it.
weebs.
It's less Amazon and more just a very matriarchal society.
It is, yes, it is extremely matriarchal. Like, to the point where the men are almost in a state of slavery. But, she doesn't have a lot of background in her bio sheet. Only that she has entered the tournament on the earnings of her nobility. Her wife is somewhere in the crowd, it also says.
Why'd you
But
bring your wife on business?
she does appear to have all of the notable features for the person you're looking for. And nobody else really seems to fit the description.
Cool.
She's also cleaning house. Within the first hour, she single-handedly knocks out a pair of players. She's very adept at the game.
Didn't know you were allowed to reach around the table and give him a haymaker.
True. No, she just plays her hands super well.
Gives them the steel
Like,
chair.
she pulls money off of people on hands she has no business winning. She bluffs hands that she has no business having. She seems to just get dealt the nuts a lot, and every time she does, she makes good on the opportunity. She's just a very good sabacc player.
How is our friend Luda gonna worm his way out of this one? Maybe he's got to draw the blue eyes white dragon.
It's Zuda.
All
Oh
right,
wait, I
You're
forgot.
losing
what about
this.
Yeah, I forgot.
The only way he wins is by his 5-card poker hand containing all pieces of Exodia.
I have an
dude?
ace of clubs. I have a jack of diamonds. I have a
Exodia! Obliterate!
I have an edition 1 Charizard, and I have a green Uno reverse. I think you just lose, right? Like, you just give me the money now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Oh.
Sir, this is sorry. Sir, this is a Waffle House.
We're playing Risk. What are you doing?
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
I play Dark Cup.
I draw a pot of greed to
Also-
draw another pot of greed.
Since I guess since I have access to the roster, can I also look up information about Armin, our Empire
Yes, sir.
dude?
He is on table 15, which you are standing next to.
Oh, you should wave
Oh,
high.
cool. I will not.
I will not do that one, but thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Suffer not the Imperial to live.
The lieutenant is in fact sitting with his back to you at the moment, but from what you can see, he is a... help! Why is this description not what the other players is? Ah! I'm floundering.
Oh, he's one of those guys that Kit Fisto is.
He has sleek brown hair that he keeps well combed behind his hat. He sits in uniform while playing, and his uniform looks flawless. It is
Oh, he's a
on
Wookiee.
point, well pressed, well ironed, well kept. Anytime he thinks it's even slightly wrong, he adjusts it.
Oh God, one of them.
Uh,
He probably has
He's-
a comb in his pocket.
unironically, is also the only other player that you can see from your position who is winning harder than Lady Fioro is. This guy might just be the best Sabacc player you have ever seen. Or else he's cheating, but those are the only two explanations
It's
for how he
definitely
has
cheating.
almost completely wiped out the entire table by himself. Fun fact, it's actually kind of wild how few people attempt to cheat in the adventure.
Okay.
There is cheating happening, but it only tells you about a very small percentage of it.
It's 256 people. Some of them have to be
The
cheating.
adventure calls for 51 plus the party, and I'm just like, nah, that's not a big enough tournament. We gotta have more tables.
Yeah, plus if the whole party can't afford it, you end up with like 53. How do you
Yeah.
divide that?
The buy-in is too high.
Yeah.
Oh, is it meant to be like a tournament of 56? Okay. And while I'm looking at the roster, what about Switch's man, Koromo Moro, the Twilight Starship captain? He's doing fine. Okay. Because like if he got out on the first day,
That'd
like
be just be embarrassing.
that'd be embarrassing. Nalia would send a message to Switch later saying there was nothing I could do. Your guy sucks at poker.
You sent the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Who taught this man how to play so Bulban Mind Sabacc?
Should have gone to Chew, the master.
I mean, I feel like Chu has more wisdom than me, so I don't know why we signed me up.
Because it was always your dream. I was just here for the ride.
Yeah, but I didn't think that the gambling modifier would be something I have no training in.
Well, maybe you should have studied the blade.
I guess so.
It is sort of interesting that they pick wisdom.
I swear it should be charisma, but
It makes perfect sense to me.
I
I think if the game was like written in a way where you could theoretically play out every hand individually, charisma would make more sense. But in a situation where you have to condense several hours of play into one or two rolls, I think wisdom perfectly.
Yeah, but this is basically saying you can only win a tournament if you're Rain Man, and that's just not how
Doesn't
gambling
Rain Man have
works.
cards?
Yes. Which,
Yeah, that's
if
like
you
what
think
tournament
about
is.
wisdom, it's because how smart and like how many tactics do you know about the game? Like it's specifically like knowledge and not
It's book knowledge.
it's like only half of the yeah, I would say it's only half of the equation.
See, for certain kinds of gambling, wisdom makes a lot of sense to me, like card games and stuff, because you do
Yeah.
need to have a certain amount of like being able to think on your feet and be
You need risk assessment.
risk assessment, but also it's strategy, but it's not pure. It's not only the strategy of like the mechanical strategy of the math of it. It's also the strategy of how do you play the other people there, which does verge into charisma, but since it's like the synthesis of sort of
It's
the
But
being able to
strategy.
read other
Yeah.
people is wisdom.
But there's also the luck factor, and luck is charisma based. It's not your wisdom.
Yes, but I think the game is sort of fixed in a way where you can always bring luck towards its middle point, on a spectrum by just extending the time.
That's not
right?
true.
So I could roll 1d6 like this, right? And I
Uh-huh.
get a 3. If I do it again, I get a 1. If I do it again, I get a 6, okay? In 3 rolls, I have experienced the average, the highest, and the lowest possible result. If I roll 20d6,
But the problem there is you would
result,
run out of money before rolling all of those d6s. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't be able to roll all of those d6s because at some point you would run out of the stuff in which to roll with, if that makes sense.
Unless you had enough strategy to.
I rolled almost perfectly average, by the way. It was very close. Average
out
is
of
70.
20. Yeah.
So in theory, luck has a tendency to drift towards its median the longer you extend the results test,
Mm-hmm.
which is the theory behind why it's wisdom, because you're going to get dealt good hands and you're going to get dealt bad hands, and your character needs to know how to deal with all of those situations because any one of them could happen at any time, and you have this sort of underlying notion in your head of how the game is meant to be played, and how good you perform is based on how well you understand. And that's why it's wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Book says it's wisdom.
Well, if I thought the book didn't make sense, I would change it. But I agree that it is wisdom. And it took me running this campaign 5 times to come to that conclusion. That being said, the checks are going to get higher and higher in DC as the players get better and better at the game and the competition gets tougher and tougher.
Yeah, hence why I brought up why we would put the person with no wisdom modifier in over.
Because you said you wanted to play.
I know, but I didn't. That was under the assumption that I could.
And you can. You made it out of the
I
first
have a
table.
0.
Alright, well, for 2 things. One, as I said, you can make an argument for why you have a skill that you're good at that you can use to augment your wisdom rolls. So you said deception. I liked it. You rolled it. You did well, and I gave you the win.
Yeah,
as a
but
result.
if
2,
Chu
you have
Chu
force
has a
points.
+5, I would be like, Chu, you should probably do this.
You have force points, and you can use them.
That's weird, because you
I
didn't
don't think so.
mention that. But okay.
Because it didn't matter, because you passed on all 3 rolls.
Yeah, some of it's just the role playing. Like, Chu definitely would have been a better choice just looking at all the meta narratives, but your character is like the card game guru who cares about it the most.
No, he
Put
drives!
you in.
I just wanted to play cards because I thought it was charisma based, but it's not.
Card games on motorcycles.
Yeah, you thought you wanted to play the game, and now that you're in a tournament, you realize you may have made a mistake, and that's part of your character arc now.
Oh, I thought this was a sorry tournament. I think you're gonna do fine. Like, you're.
Well, no, because my
You don't-
strategy's gone. Because I have
But
to.
you learned things.
Yeah,
You learned
but
things
And if
today,
luck doesn't
and
well, you might be able to cheat in the next rounds.
well,
Right,
so
also-
that was my thing. Like, I had a plan if I did make it to the final round, but it won't work if I can't. If I can't reach the impossibly high modifier I would need in order to beat a guy who's cheating.
What is
I-
the final check? I'm curious.
I want to also ask,
It's got to be in the 20s.
while I'm observing stuff, is there like any? Do I witness any?
Oh, you just physically roll against the other players who have
Oh, cool.
individual modifiers.
Yeah. And that's why I feel
That
like
is
it would be in
actually
the
just
high
luck at that
20s.
point.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I was like, okay, if it's luck based, I think I know what I could do to possibly win. But
would C4 and Zuda have like shared with the group their intention to like try to cheat later?
Good question.
I don't even think I know that R4's doing anything.
At the moment, you
Probably
might
would have
not.
communicated that to you.
Well, but you were sewing up Chew.
In your
Worst case
bathtub?
scenario, he can tell you tonight when you're done.
Yeah.
It was written in his blood on the bathroom wall.
Yeah. Because I was
Oh.
gonna say if Nalian knows that
Hold
they
up.
they have that intent, I was gonna ask if there's anything that she maybe could have seen in sort of the backstage setup or whatever that she could communicate to them that would help them out.
Yeah,
With that-
R4 would have communicated that to it because he's not even here right now. He's back in the hotel room working on the cheating device. So
Yeah.
Roll perception.
Okay.
me,
No.
or-
Nail
I was gonna say there's still all that blood in the bathroom.
Yes, and you do see it. I don't need you to roll for that.
Damn.
I felt so bad. Why?
Have you left your eyes on Tatooine?
I have.
You look around for an excuse to assist, be what's the word? Help.
Present?
Like an assistant, but bad.
Malefactor.
When specifically talking about committing a crime.
Accessory.
Accessory. You look around for an excuse to be an accessory to cheating. And you don't see any.
Okay.
Don't
That's
you,
fair.
do you have that talent still? The one that lets you replace
It lets me
Oh, it's
replace
initiative. I see.
initiative. It doesn't. It's not perception.
All right.
Damn! Imagine if I could replace perception with use of force.
It's a pretty good talent.
I was gonna say there should be one. You can replace most
Is there?
skills with use the force if you put enough points into it.
I don't think there's a single skill that can't be replaced with use the force, actually.
Swim?
At least in some way.
The knowledge is probably.
I'm pretty sure there's a knowledge replacement.
Oh, is there? I just don't know of that one.
I mean, I know there's like some surroundings and stuff, but that's just
Jedi
different.
Archivist talent tree. Insight of the Force. You can make a use the Force check in place of a knowledge check for any knowledge skill you are not trained in. You are considered trained in that knowledge for the purpose of using this talent. If you are entitled to a knowledge check reroll, you could reroll your use the Force check instead.
Well,
the only ones that you can't are the physical ones: jump, climb, and swim.
Yeah, but that's why you have surge. You don't need to.
But that's what surge is for.
Yeah.
Which you still roll use the force.
Yeah.
So in essence, every skill can be replaced with use the force if you have the right talents.
All right, clearly specking it Jedi Archivist.
I now know what I must do.
Right?
I will be level 20 and I can only roll use the force. I've always wanted to build that character, but it always seemed so worthless. You just have like this really tanky sponge, and the only thing they're good for is rolling skills.
Sometimes you need that.
They just have like a shit ton of health and a shit
Yeah,
ton of VAB.
I'm that, but without the health pool.
Yeah.
So, as the tournament progresses through the day, do Klopp and Shu Neely have anything in particular that they are doing?
I've been watching the tournament most of the time, maybe patting Klopp on the head and saying, "See, son, this could be you one day if you just study and stay in school."
Amazing.
School for gambling?
Yeah.
Surely I'll
droids.
become a dealer.
There's an anime about it.
Yeah, like it's just like how you can have like these mahjong schools, except instead of mahjong now it's a buck.
I always wanted to be a dealer.
Yeah, you'll always be able to deal an ace of hearts into my heart.
Sorry, I got distracted. Say it again.
Cloppy will always be able to deal an ace of hearts right into my heart.
Wow, that's cute. What is Clop doing?
Huh? What? In order for him to pat my head, I have to be with him.
I mean, you don't have to be with him. You might think he's patting your head, but he's patting like an upside down bucket of popcorn or something.
Damn.
Well, maybe. I am pretty crunked.
No. I'm not going
He
to.
just has found and stolen a dog.
I'm not going to have Millie be some like old person who like doesn't even recognize.
I'm not old, just
characters.
drunk. You always got to be drunk to watch Sabak games.
I mean, no, but yes, but also no.
You're telling me the average BAC of everyone in this crowd isn't at least 4?
Wait, what?
BAC.
Blood alcohol
Oh,
content.
blood alcohol content. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
What's the record
what?
again?
How does that?
Does I wonder, like, different species, probably different chemical substances get them drunk differently than ethanol. So there's
Something like that,
probably
yeah.
Damn. 1.5% of his blood was alcohol.
Jesus
If
Christ.
if 4% of your blood is alcohol, you are very dead.
You are yeast.
You're pickling yourself from the
Become
inside out.
yeast.
What did
Which,
what
if
did
the
our
average is 4, that means some people have to be rocking like 10% of their blood is fucking alcohol.
what did our mutual friend get to? I don't remember.
Probably not 1.5.
No. Was it 1? Was it more?
It's probably 0.8.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Feigla?
No, I'm talking to Kevin.
Oh.
Who?
You don't remember?
You just breathalyze your friends.
Do you remember what they got to? Because I don't. I don't remember the exact number. Oh. I see. I don't remember how I found out. I heard it was, like, a lot. I don't know how it's measured. I just know it was, like, a very large amount. Like a emergency room amount. But thankfully it was not lethal. Long time ago. So you don't have to be here if you don't want to be, Brida. You could be anywhere doing anything.
Stealing. Looting.
Plugging into some hot USB outlets.
Plotting the downfall of the pig communists.
Finding someone new to boil alive.
Going back to
Yeah.
boiling alive, the first person.
These are great choices.
Raiding in a game other than WoW.
No, I don't think it exists. Oh, what is it?
It's raiding in Toontown.
Rather than watching the I'm going to commit to being at the call game, but instead of looking at the cards, can I be like just watching the droids?
Yeah, sure. What are you looking for specifically?
Oh, I still want to whatchamacallit. You know, I'm still aiming for that Star Destroyer.
You're searching for the Star Destroyer.
Well, he wanted to become an Imperial droid to sneak onto the Star Destroyer.
Oh, I see.
Trying to see if one of those droids is here.
So you're not looking at the dealer droids that are at the tables. You're looking at other droids elsewhere in the stands and elsewhere
Yes.
in the casino. Okay. Okay.
Can I is this a perception check or is this
I will
We're
let
not.
you roll
Oh, no.
perception. I will also let you roll gather information.
Alright,
Just one of the
excellent.
two.
We'll do both.
Well, no, one or the other.
Yeah, whichever one's better, I guess.
Oh my
pretty good.
goodness.
We'll do both.
Both at the same time.
Oh.
Perceive information. We're gonna go with the perception because you rolled it first.
Yes, because it's my higher one. That's why I want to boost.
Yep. The lieutenant has a droid who is observing the matches via a terminal just on the other side of Nalia. It is across the room from where you are right now, and behind some red tape. Or, well, like the little fluffy, like, borders that go between, like, the gold posts that you put down, like, on red carpets and stuff. I don't know what you call those. They're big.
Lanyards.
One was a completely different.
I don't think they're lanyards.
Bollards.
Okay.
Anyway,
And what are these things called? I want to know what these are called. Stanchions. Stanchions.
Ooh,
I've
I've
never
never heard
guessed
that word before. That's cool.
It's not as cool as you think.
they
I
have
like
them in,
bollards
no-
better.
You're so stupid. I hate you. Yes, you see an Imperial R3 unit doing something archival related in the background, just behind Nalia. She doesn't seem to notice it's there because it's not really doing anything, just kind of minding its own business. But it's just out of sight for most people in the stands. You just get a glimpse of it as it like brushes past the curtain to get a glimpse of the game before dipping back again. Because the people behind the curtain aren't really supposed to be like looking out past the curtain, just so that they don't break the immersion of the casino floor. But it's a droid, and most people don't notice these things.
Oh, excellent. Oh, yeah, I have my target in sight. I do now help. Finally have the talent just to droid.
Excellent.
Just so like I can just blend in when the opportunity presents itself. Or I have to create that situation.
You might have to create that situation because
Uh-oh.
we're more than halfway through the day at this point in the
I'll
Uh-oh.
have to assassinate that droid and airdrop its launch codes.
Oh.
Get on.
If I remember correctly, the talent specifically
Yeah.
says that like you can just hide in plain sight as long as you're in a situation where a droid would theoretically be in.
Yes, that's for just another droid. Yes.
dun, dun,
Which
dun,
I
dun,
am
dun.
able to pick for. I can definitely do this. What is it? I forget if it's R2D2 or Chopper from Rebels that classically assassinated droids.
Sounds like a chopper thing, but I know R2 hasn't done that before.
I think it was C-3PO.
C-3PO murdered and assassinated?
You
Hold
remember
on.
that time in episode 2 where C-3PO took up a samurai sword and swore vengeance against neighboring clans of droids?
No, it's
Yeah,
how
that
he
was the best
lost.
part.
It's how he lost his leg and he
Beautiful.
got the silver one. He
I
has a
would-
katana stored in the old leg.
Oh.
Quick, someone Photoshop this. Let me convince me that this actually happened with C-3PO took up a samurai
Oh
sword.
dear, I suppose you have lost most of your internal organs.
C3PO, human cyborg relations, fluent in over 6 million forms of D.
Kicking your fucking ass.
Fucking ass.
I am fluent in over 6 million forms of assassination. That's HK.
Yeah, same droid.
What?
Making a true based take. Unironically the same droid.
I'm going to look up fan art of
You know,
HK and
he
C3PO.
corroded so much over the next thousands of years that he turned gold.
Excellent. So when copper corrodes enough, it turns gold.
Yeah, it takes thousands of years, so scientists never discovered it.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, because
Anakin just,
naturally
like-
occurring copper has never been. You know.
Yeah, it's all been
Yeah.
made in labs
Yeah,
by
he,
combining zinc and iron.
I hate
yeah. His joints had sort of like rusted up though, but like Anakin repaired him on Tatooine, and that's how he wound up.
Yes, yes. Can't forget the canon.
Yeah. See, it all comes together.
Like that time where he picked up the samurai sword and swore vengeance
Yeah.
against the enemy clans.
Yeah. It was the best
Uh,
part of episode 2.
This fan art goes hard.
Holy shit!
Is this AI generated or what? I love this. This is my new favorite genre of Star Wars art.
It's pretty good. Poor Yoda.
Who gave 3PO the dual wielder feat?
Why is Duel of the Fates playing?
What do you mean? He's already lost a leg.
On the
He
car.
hasn't lost a leg, it's just bad perspective.
You didn't recognize him because of that red leg.
Oh no, not the
That's
red
where he
leg.
keeps his katana.
Just turns
you-
into
do
fucking
you-
cyberpunk and katanas come out of his elbows.
Do you waddle over there or are you vibing in the stands?
I will wipe for now, and then once Chu Neely has finally decided that they're done with
Mhm.
stuff, I will sneak away.
Yeah, I'm done with stuff after the tournament finishes. That's your chance as soon as Zuda declares victory over his table.
Well, Zuda gets like 4th at his table, actually.
Yeah, that's victory enough for Chew.
It does get him into day 2 with a significant amount of money, but
Well, Zuda's image goes hard.
like, let me think. What would you have right now? Probably in the neighborhood of like 65,000 credits or something.
That's way too much.
But we're all broke after going into the tournament.
No,
Yeah,
if
now
it
that
were
now that I'm thinking
Oh.
about it, you probably are the table.
What do you
leader.
mean we're all broke? Don't speak for me.
I've got
probably
400
the-
credits now from.
Oh yeah,
Oh, not
Our
65.
four leveled
What
up.
did I, did I say
it's
65?
you said
What-
65. Yeah, no,
I'm
it's
35.
that's still too much, isn't it?
No.
If the entry was 10,000 over 256 people, shouldn't the end of the second day you'd be at 20,000 per
Well, if you-
person?
if you
No, but you
became,
cleaned
like,
up.
in the table leader, you probably
took
have.
the previous table leader to fucking town.
So they're not resetting
You
the money.
all-in'd at like a little bit above your buy-in, and then you cleaned them out for what the rest of them. And you won off of everyone else too on the last few hands of the table because people are like, surely he doesn't have the nuts twice in a row.
But so you're saying they're not resetting the base pot every round.
No, you get to walk into the next day with the same pot you left the previous.
That
table
seems
with.
unbelievably unfair, but all
It
right.
is.
So
That's the whole point.
65,000?
Like, they want the people that are winning to keep winning
Okay.
because it
Yeah.
lets the people go into the final table with like a gigantic pot.
It's like
and it makes it
natural
so much more-
seeding.
so much more like suspenseful.
Hmm.
Like these people are all playing with an initial pot of like a few 100,000 credits each, you know. But I digress. It's neither here nor there exactly the amount because you don't get to
I
keep any of it if you bust out. So
Yeah, but so the whole like all I have to do to survive to the third day is guarantee that I have more than 40,000 credits. So if you're saying I already start with 65,000, then it's like
you can go into the next day with any amount of money. You just have to not bust out at your table.
yeah, but like if you think about how the money is split, because it's just the entry fees across 64 people, if all 64 have 40k, that's all of the money. So
Well, some people are going to have less than that by a significant amount too.
yeah, but so that's what I mean. Like if I just aim for 40k, then I can't be eliminated.
That's a strategy. Just playing to not lose.
Yeah. Well, because why wouldn't you?
Well, you have to play to win at some point.
Yeah, in the final round. But if your goal is to just get to the final round, then you play to not lose and you hedge your bets with like keeping a certain breakpoint of money.
You're not wrong. You can play that way. It would probably get you to the final table if you just like played carefully.
Yeah.
The only way to win is not to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Like right up until the point where the roll is almost completely luck, that is actually a strategy you can employ to get to the final table. It's baked into the rules of the book that you can take
It's
that
just
exact
that you won't go
path
into
of
the final.
strategy.
You won't go into the final table with as much of a lead as you could if you just went all fucking out.
Well,
Yeah, but you don't need a lead.
anywho, you've been presented with your opportunity, Klopp. Do you take it or no?
I mean, while the tournament's going on,
It would be close to while things like close to the point where things are starting to wrap up at that juncture.
mm, do I do it when the tournament is wrapping up, or do I do it tomorrow? I'd like to do it when it's wrapping up.
Okay.
At least so that I know where the scholarship is, rather than gambling. If I can do more, that'd be neat. If only I could somehow convince someone to follow me. Wait, no.
Chew will probably follow you if you make him aware.
My droid senses are saying that I can't convince that the person following me actually belongs with me, and that they're actually an Imperial.
Yeah, that may be a rough ask.
Yeah, the Imperials are well known for having Athorian officers.
Yeah, I'll just go by myself.
Okay. So where are you headed? You're just straight towards the droid?
Mm.
Just rolling over all of the tables in the way.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like go straight through the middle,
Like
straight through all the cards.
straight through all the card tables, like straight across the floor.
You're gonna
The
over
one
someone's
person that sees you goes, and it appears that a rogue droid has rolled out onto the floor.
Anything could happen, folks.
Anything could happen here at the Royal Bespin Casino.
And here comes Water with a steel chair.
And from the top rope, it's Water with a steel chair. And then they just ignore Klopp.
Excellent. But seriously, I suppose I should just like waddle through the crowd and not go straight through and just check to see if there's any entrances for droids to be moving through.
You could, in theory, just kind of like circle around the back of the play space. Just follow the stanchion trail towards like the back curtain, and there would be like a security checkpoint that you'd kind of go around since you've already
Okay.
gone through it, and then you just
Yes,
roll right
yes.
on back.
I don't know what
You'd
the
basically
answer
just be going under the rope where the security guards are all hanging out, like right past Nalia, essentially.
is. Yes.
Nalia's not gonna stop you.
Nalia doesn't see you.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because you're saying yeah. Also, her perception is shit. So I mean, she definitely doesn't see.
Oops. Unlucky.
Yes. I will go to that path.
Okay. You roll on past the curtain, past all the security guards. You roll straight up to this droid. It almost doesn't notice you right away. It's just kind of doing its own thing. Hard vibing. It's making notes. It's recording footage. It's just kind of there.
Excellent. Alrighty. Oh shoot, I don't have anything to stun it with. Hmm.
Just grapple it, that never fails.
Violence.
Yes.
Excellent.
Well, ideally, I like to make sure that no one's watching and no one will ever find it.
You cannot pose as this droid, if that's what you're saying.
I cannot pose as destroyed.
It is a significant amount bigger than you. It's almost as big as R4.
Did you hack it?
Alrighty. My two options then would be either A, I hack it, or B, I'm just following this droid around. What the? Dog of the hut?
I didn't know that that would do that. I'm sorry.
Dark of the Hut is mad at you now.
Darga the
The
Hut,
droid is
remember
dog of the
that.
hut?
You've triggered Darga's trap card.
It's been Darga the entire time. The what you thought was Darga was just a bunch of Gamorreans in a suit.
In a trench coat.
No, it's like those like big rubber suits like Godzilla, except a hut.
That's even
So you know
better.
the actual hut puppet.
Yeah, prosthetic huts.
So, what was your plan again? Sorry.
I have two plans. Either A, I can attempt to hack it, or B, I'm just going to follow the droid around and pretend I belong here.
Okay. So
If
you
you hide in its
attempt to hack
chassis.
it.
Let me see. Let me think on this briefly. Do I want to attempt to hack it? Or am I just fine just pretending I'm a droid just following it?
Well, here's the thing: does the droid notice you?
I mean, the droid doesn't notice me,
Mm.
but I'm winning off the assumption that this droid knows where the starship is, which it might not. I'd like to just tail it for the moment.
You'd like to just what?
Tail it? Be its shadow? Yes, yes.
Yes. You can do that.
Alrighty, cool, cool,
Question,
cool.
question, because I might have missed this. Are you looking for the Star Destroyer because we don't know its location?
Because I don't know the location. I know that you probably know it, but I'm going at my own route.
You do know where it is.
Oh, hold on.
You should know where it is. It's not hiding.
No.
It's a fucking Star Destroyer.
I thought you wanted to infiltrate it.
I also thought you wanted to infiltrate it. It's in orbit. It's like not even orbit. It's parked outside. You could look out a window and see it.
Oh,
The lieutenant goes back and forth from the Star Destroyer every day.
Nani, this is new information. What the?
It's
My
Everyone
son
else
has
knew
no
this, right?
eyes.
I did tell everybody else, right?
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
was confused. It was like, even if it
Okay.
was trying to hide, like it's both a Star Destroyer really easy to see, and two, probably has a transponder that any starship like the one that we flew in on can probably see the transponder code from.
Oh, was this the one I took the 30-minute break last week?
Oh, it might have been.
Because last week I was asked about like, can I just go straight to the starship and you're like, which hangar is it in? And I was like, I don't know.
Oh,
I'll
I
I
thought
just
think
you
that was
meant
for
randomly
Darga's
Darga's.
ship.
I think that was for
Dar-
Darga's.
Darga's ship is parked on the Star Destroyer.
No, it wasn't about
Yeah.
Dogger ship. I was asking about the starship itself, and you said
I
I
do
had to just
remember it
go
having a
for it.
hanger.
It does have a hangar. He has a private hangar below Cloud City, like on the very lowest levels, that is extremely well guarded, and he's not even there all the time.
I think the thing is, we know where the Star Destroyer is because it's really fucking impossible to miss it. It's very large, but we don't necessarily know specifically which hangar the Imperials use. For
Probably the
going
same one
back
that
and
Darga
forth.
does, because Darga spends his nights on the Star Destroyer for safety.
I think we did not know that.
The Ugnaughts told you.
The
Oh, the
Ugnaughts,
what?
They said
The-
Darga's not on the station because he goes to the Star Destroyer every night.
I don't think they told us that he went to the Star Destroyer. They told us that he went out his like personal.
Oh no, R4 reasoned it out. Like that was the only place that he could be. I think it was.
But the thing is,
'Cause
I don't feel.
I know I told somebody that. It was either like you figured it out or it's a hunch that like Darga most likely is just on the Star Destroyer because he doesn't want to be seen on Cloud City. It would be like really bad if he got discovered here.
Oh, then what do I need this stuff for?
I don't know. I thought you wanted to get on the. I thought you wanted to get on the Star Destroyer. I was that
Yeah.
under that impression.
Yes.
Well, I mean, in
But then, like,
theoretically, this droid would be going back to the Star Destroyer tonight.
yes, and I can follow it. But like the thing is, last week, I asked about what the Star. Does my character know what the Star Destroyer is? And he said no, I don't. And I just had to randomly try a hangar.
I think I may have thought you were talking about a different ship. I'm sorry.
I don't know. We were
I
talking
did not
about
mean to mislead you.
well, who's the info? Yeah, no. We can continue with this. Yeah. I just tell. Same stuff.
I may have misspoken then. Everyone else seems to know where the Star Destroyer is, so I'm confident I said the correct information at least once.
When we arrived here, you told us that there was a Star Destroyer just kind of hanging out.
Kevin also knows that its transponder matches the Star Destroyer you saw above Volusia. I told that information to everybody.
Yes. That information
Yeah.
matches up with what
And
I
that
know.
it is the Assiduous, which is the
Yes,
name of the ship.
Yep.
And it is right there.
Yes, but the stuff that what is it? I mean, I don't know where the confusion came up, but I just know that last week I had to just roll for a hangar.
Yeah, I may have been under the impression that you were looking for Darga's ship specifically. But if that's not the case, then I misspoke at some point.
Okay, that's fine.
You do know where the Star Destroyer is. You do know this droid will be going back to it tonight.
Yes. Alrighty. We continue with
And
the
in
plan.
theory, you know where the hangar is that they'll be departing from as well.
Very cool.
So you're just gonna follow this droid around until somebody says something to you about it?
Sure.
Okay, bet. We'll see how that goes. Anyone want to do anything before the tournament ends? Okay. Then a few hours of play later, and half of the players have, as promised, been eliminated. A total of standings and earnings for the day exists in some form or fashion, and Zuda finds himself somewhere in the bottom half, but not like near the bottom, just kind of like just below like the middle of the pack.
Perfect underdog story.
Well, no, I don't want to be on anybody's radar because that keeps it easier.
The lieutenant and Lady Fiora are the number 1 and number 2, respectively. The captain that you guys are in theory working with Switch to help win. What is his name? Captain
Kuromo Moro.
Kuromo, yes. He is a little bit above Zuda. Middle of the pack for sure, but like more solidly middle. rather than like tenuously slightly below middle. He's doing well enough. He'll most likely make it to day 2 on his own. Probably, maybe. We'll see. But the proceedings are quietly ended. The
Oh.
crowd is told to vacate. The game will resume next day. It's only
question.
about like a little bit after noon, more or less, in terms of the time. What's up?
Can I see at all what the tables will be for tomorrow, or will that be something that won't be posted until tomorrow?
Ooh, great question. Great question. I'm unsure.
I mean,
When
if there's a
was
ranking
decided?
system, you would assume that they
You would
would
assume it's,
split
like-
everybody by number.
It-
Like the
it
first
it
seed
has
would
to
be at the
a
same
little
table.
Random.
Yeah, but the first seed would be at the table with the last seed, because that's their benefit for being first. They get at least one person that is supposed to be like a guaranteed. You kick this person out. Otherwise, what's the point of standings? Because that would mean like
Just
the
to give
captain.
spectators a reference for who's winning, more or less.
Yeah, but like if it's random, you could have an instance where your 1 and your 2 are at the same table on the second day, and if it's single elimination, that's not a good look, I guess.
I don't see why not.
Well, because if you eliminate one and people are like very likely to bet on those people, then you lose one of those people that a lot of bets get placed on for the final 2 days.
You're not wrong. It does have to be at least a little bit seeded.
It doesn't have
But
to be that
it's-
seeded because it's not single elimination yet.
It is single elimination.
Well, it's
It
not
is-
single table elimination. Like you can have multiple table advancers.
That
It's seeded in a way
I guess, but
where they're trying to pull the total amount of credits at every table to as close to the same number as possible.
yeah.
So there may be a table where one person has an exorbitant amount of money, exorbitant amount of money, and then by contrast, there has to be somebody at that table who may have like two
just scraped
hands worth
by.
of credits left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to average everybody at the table's total earnings towards a specific number. So it doesn't necessarily mean first and last are always going to be at the same table, because there may be more of a disparity in the middle of the pack than normal. But yes, in essence, it isn't totally random. The algorithm will have it figured out before the game starts, but the posting won't be public until the moment that all the players get to know.
Okay.
Damn. They should talk to the LCS and learn how to actually run a tournament.
Damn.
Was it? Yeah, because otherwise I was gonna like tell Zuda he'd be up against tomorrow.
Yeah.
Alas.
Alas. It's only the middle of the day. A large percentage of the people from the crowd wander to the casino's like bar, which is just like the next building, or the next like module. There it is. The next module over from the casino itself. The same bar where Kaliki is working as a temp. And that place, after the tournament lets out, suddenly becomes stupidly crowded. Are there any particular wants to dos that you all have?
I've got to get front row seats so I can mind trick Suda's opponents.
Wait for tomorrow?
Not for tomorrow, for today, like before you sleep for the day. because it's still only the middle of the day, right? Like it's like 2 in the afternoon at the absolute latest.
Yeah.
For reference, you still got like the whole rest of the day to burn. And you can do whatever you want on this time.
I mean, I'd probably get my gun back from Nalia.
And she does still have it.
Yep.
A very uneventful first day. You didn't even get to use your stun baton.
Damn.
Couldn't tell anybody to stop resisting.
Well, should go shopping for armor.
Stop trying to put armor on.
You're not my son. You can't tell me what to do.
He almost died yesterday.
Yeah, I need more armor.
Armor wouldn't.
You know what wouldn't have saved you? Armor.
Well, if it was good enough armor, it might have. The planet flight suit wouldn't have saved me.
This is why it's called an armor class, so you can learn about its benefits.
In order for
Yeah.
armor to be beneficial enough at this level, you would just be useless at literally everything.
Does it provide negative to use the force checks?
No, technically not.
There we go.
He's just the Juggernaut. He just walks around in a giant suit of armor that he isn't proficient with, and he just like stands there T-posing because he can't bend the arm.
Yeah.
But he still
Minus
like
10
knocks
dex
people
suit
over
curse.
and reads their minds and forces them to dance the conga instead of doing combat.
If you were that in tune with the Force, couldn't you just use the Force to move the armor proficiently?
Hey, that's a good point.
Really?
What?
It's made of metal. Force can't affect metal. That's what lightsabers are for.
That would be a full-time job, just like operating the suit of armor that normal people can just use.
Yeah, but if you're a Force savant, I assume you could.
Yeah, if I just need to find like the heaviest super juggernaut armor available on Best Spin.
Anytime somebody's like, well, if you're just good enough at the Force, you can do X, and I'm like, a tuna. Sounds like something he'd do.
Is the hotel room safe? Question mark.
Your room is definitely safe because nobody thinks there's anything going on.
Nobody heard about this guy eating shit in the lobby.
Nope.
The night shift guy is pulling some strings because y'all y'all saved his life.
Okay.
But also, this shit happens every tournament season. It's just gonna happen sometimes.
Damn, what a great city.
Bespin, Cloud City, before Lando bought it, is a hive of scum and villainy. Like, the book says up front, like, money moves this place. It is a crime hub.
Hey kids, you ever done any crime?
You want to buy a sundial?
If it helps me win Suburban Mind Pasaki, yes.
Sorry. We'll carry on.
You're trying so hard.
Millie
Why did I hear the Windows 7 shutdown noise in the middle of that statement?
Lily rolled a 1 in real life.
Yes.
Reboot sequence initiated. Hello, my name
What does rolling a
is
nat
Millie.
1 on a in-life wisdom checks look like? Like that.
You blink one eye at a time.
That was a 1 in intelligence. Not wisdom. Or maybe charisma, actually. That was a failed charisma save. A rare failed charisma save.
Can I
That ugly.
Can I purchase a version of whatever the fuck I'm playing and take it up to my room?
A deck of cards, and you just practice all night.
You buy a dragon chess set.
Dragon chess? Alright. And then I force R4 to run simulations with me.
He might be busy.
Yeah, he's busy.
Maybe we can get Klopp to do it.
Yeah, I'll hang it in your room and
have I finished
every
building the
channel on the
thing? Like,
pay-per-view TV.
How
Actually,
long
no,
has it taken me to take a 20 on this?
You will at exactly midnight finish constructing this.
Wow.
Not an iota second sooner.
No sleep till midnight.
He's a droid. He doesn't sleep.
Bro, I got like 70 fucking hours before I need to recharge.
As long as he's plugged into the wall, he can go forever.
Just imagine Detroit running around with an extension cord, and you have to like chart out where on the map of play the extension cord is, because like anyone walking through there has to make an acrobatics check, not a trip.
That sounds amazing.
I just function
But
like
the
a fucking
processor
Evangelion.
is like really old, and the internal batteries run dry. So if it ever unplugs, it just immediately shuts off.
No, it can finish its turn, but will shut off halfway through executing the actions.
I like that.
So I should get him a wireless charger.
That's what I'm gonna do to nerf droid characters. And anytime I do this from now on, I'm like, all right, if you're not plugged in, you just immediately shut down.
Damn.
No battery life, 1 second. It's to counteract the fact that droids are overpowered.
Yeah, but then when you get us into that module with the AT-AT, he can just run around it in circles a few times.
Spoilers.
Well,
We saw an
are-
AT-AT.
We've already encountered an
What do
AT-AT.
you
It
mean?
killed
Probably
Clippy.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're not talking
Yeah.
about the one that you fight the AT-AT in. Okay, my
I
bad,
mean,
you're right.
technically it was a
Fought
battle.
That one maybe, and just died.
Yeah, it rolled. So that was combat.
He fought, it just lost very badly.
We didn't go to initiative, so no. Technically not.
Okay, buddy.
You just
So-
died in one hit.
So if I shoot up a Walmart, there's no combat
Yeah.
because there was an initiative.
If you kill
Well-
immediately on sight, yes.
Okay.
If you
That's how it
fire and
works
they
even in
don't
14,
die,
actually.
then it's initiative. But if they do die, there's no one to roll initiative against you. So yes, technically.
Interesting. All right, so when we're talking to any of your NPCs, before they finish their sentence, I will take out my gun and shoot them.
Oh my
We
god.
have a precedent for this, actually.
Wait, a precedent?
Yes, we have a precedent for this, Kevin. Do you want to tell the story while I go to the bathroom?
What was this? What was the situation? Sorry, I was
Killing people before initiative starts. Because
yeah,
that's
don't
technically not
don't
combat.
attempt to cast interrupt monologue.
What if I shoot from behind my coat? Like, just hand in my pocket, shoot them.
I mean, he'll find a way. He did in that time.
Okay.
EM does technically reserve the rights to rocks fall, everyone dies.
Oh.
Well, I'm also the GM, so we'd have to battle over it.
You have to each
That's
have
true. This
roll.
that's a new situation. Used to not used to that part. It's my bad.
Imagine having two GMs in one campaign.
It,
I think there's something on.
It actually does happen.
If you go to Wikipedia for that, you
Yeah.
got like this whole list.
Damn.
Out of curiosity, what is choose reflex right now?
The 18, probably.
Yeah, it's 15.
Oh my
15?
god. So low.
So yeah, armor could help, I think.
Well, the problem is, in order for it to be helpful, it has to massively outweigh the negatives of taking the fucking penalty for not being proficient in armor.
I'm looking at the wiki right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta find the list of armors.
I mean, so far, the most optimal thing I've found also costs 30,000 credits, so.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
But if we win the tournament,
Yeah. There's a bunch of heavy
Because-
armor that's +9, and that would get me 3 more defense.
The reason why this costs 30,000 is because it's medium armor that gives +9.
Oh,
that's pretty
damn. Yeah, all the heavy armor is restricted or military. That's unfortunate. So extra money for a license.
Well, you have a droid that can get around needing a license.
Oh yeah, he could buy it for me. And then I put it on, and I'm immediately encumbered. Oops.
Because the problem with any of the, especially medium armors, which would be the most efficient, you only are going to get a 1 or 2 higher AC than you currently have.
That might be enough to save my ass.
Wondering if it's like worth it to try to contact switch. Probably not.
Oh, you could airdrop me some armor. That'd be good.
But like potentially contacting him to say
Your guy made it to day 2.
you made it to day 2. Nayli is useless at helping anyone cheat.
Yeah, because if you knew the bracket at least, you could make sure that everybody else at that table were sick.
Sick? What are you saying? Take out poisoning?
I mean, their methods.
Intimidation.
Yeah. You get a stun baton.
Yeah. a bright purple Twilight wielding a stun baton is very intimidating.
I hear rocket explosions. Very intimidating.
That's true. The droids are intimidating. This of emotes. I mean,
this is my killer
does,
droid.
being dead does disqualify you from the tournament.
We only have to
That
stay
was the
below.
dark side points.
Yeah, we only have to stay below 10 dark side points, and there's 100 and how many people?
Oh my god!
It's
No.
120. It's 127. So each of us can.
Peak, I think it would be peak comedy if
Oh, that's a lot
Nelia
of
continues
Pokemon
to
in the
like
general. I just noticed.
kill people by accident.
I spend the rest of my time in Ginken's room buying all the pay-per-view channels on his TV, so he has to pay for them.
No, it's
He's
under
not
what's
gonna
his
have to
name?
pay for them.
Yeah.
It's under the
Oh.
figures.
Yeah, you get whatever you want, buddy.
Damn, I'm gonna get so many WWE matches.
Wouldn't it be GWE?
No, there's only one world, and it's Bespin. The rest of them are for fat non-wrestlers.
Okay.
I wonder though if it's worthwhile to.
That's why it's pay-per-view. You have to bribe the TV to get it.
That's true. The TV does steal
Yeah,
your money.
I love those slimy Bantha wrestling channels. Hoo boy. Suddenly, from beneath the Bantha's ass comes an Espeon. Oh, Espeon uses tackle, and the Bantha goes down.
Wait. Why are wrestling and pod racing illegal? What happened in both of
Because the
those?
Empire hates fun.
Yeah, fun is not allowed unless it's suburban mind fun.
I don't want to see the power of my grapple.
Actually, I wonder. He is though. Look at how he rolls on grapple.
Roderick has his evil tone, Roderick in a toe hold.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and grapple just the nearest target.
Once you grappled Boba Fett.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know droids could get promoted to lieutenant. Oh, right. General Grievous was a droid, and he's a general. I guess that checks out.
Grievous wasn't a droid.
And how come he has robot arms?
Darth Vader has robot arms. It's not like...
Oh, he has cyborg arms. That's different. Gun free on.
Is it holding a gun or is it like laying a gun?
Looks like it's just kind of taped to its side.
I see. Oh no, Grievous had the Darth Vader treatment before Darth Vader was a thing. Most of his body is replaced with robot parts.
Oh yeah, I guess robots couldn't use lightsabers. That checks out. You just gotta keep torturing Atuna with vaguely inaccurate statements while he's
What do you mean vaguely?
away.
I'm just impressed at the variety of emotes here. Like,
There's many ways to express disgruntlement.
I like Jack Frost saying, "Hey, hold the fuck up, though."
You hold the fuck up.
He hold the fuck up.
Why is only 7 Volno stack? Too little stack.
They cap at 7 now. They
That's
used
boring.
to cap at like, I know, they used to cap at 16 or 17, but now it's 7.
Hey, that's me.
Seeing that reminds me of the old Void Arc days of playing the Volnup game on the last boss.
Yes.
That was playing tank.
Yeah, just pop Rampart and you can get like 10 Vulns. It's great.
Ew.
Just
I
right.
was better at the game than he was, but my little on content item level white mage ass couldn't handle taking 3 of the spinnies at a time. So every time I would get to 7, I'd be like, I'm going for the triple, and then I'd fucking eat shit and die.
Krill issue. You should have used a potion of vitality.
He ain't wrong.
Krill issue.
Potion Vitality is not gonna save you if you just go 100 to fucking 0.
Well, the potion of vitality makes you go 105. That might be the number.
Well, the Potion of Vitality didn't scale that well back then. I don't think it was like it was less than 1,000 health.
Yeah, but that was still like 5 to 10%. Who knows?
It was like 400 health in a time when we had like 5k.
Could be worse.
Could be better.
Back in the days when warriors having double-digit
A
health
5-digit number of health, yeah.
was like a big deal.
They were able to just barely break it at the end of 2.x, and then they got to like 11k right before Gordius came out, I think. Anyway, so y'all just go to bed for the day? Nothing special?
Yeah, I'm
guess
excited
I
for the tournament tomorrow. I'm sending you my energy, Mr. Luda.
Mr.
Well,
Luda.
if the droid ever went by itself, I would like to grapple it.
Yes.
Otherwise, I'm done with the day.
What is this droid's fucking grapple?
I already attempted a grapple, which
I
I'm
see.
assuming I assume it doesn't work.
I'm looking up an R3 series astromech droid to find its grapple. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Hey, does this cloth smell like chloroform to you?
Alright.
You abduct an R3 droid. You
Yeah.
knock it off of its rocker and it falls face first. You have it in a grab
Yes.
somehow.
Interesting how my tiny droid has
The
has this
strong.
incredible, but
Are you a medium character or are you small?
I am medium.
Okay, that's why. Because
Yeah,
you're
that's the
only,
difference.
you only look small.
Yes.
You actually have a significant to grapple. My grapple is +1 because I am small.
I see. Well, I don't know if this is the time to review it, but what is it? Because I grappled it, I have pin.
No way.
And I also have the what is this stuff?
He has pin.
I have a mesh tape dispenser as well, which I automatically apply on pinned enemies.
I'm so glad this is coming to fruition.
You duct tape this droid's legs together to its chassis. It is scared, if that's possible.
It needs an adult.
It desires an adult.
It desires an adult. Let me see.
Let me
Well,
roll.
Poor droid.
But the other stuff is, if I
He's just
successfully
trying to do his
pin an
job.
opponent, I could technically deal immediate damage with my claw.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't know if I would necessarily want to do this, but
Stop trying to murder the droid.
I would just
But it might give EXP.
I would just beat it up just
Me in Baldur's Gate.
temporarily. And then
Every single one of my honor runs, I'm like, maybe it gives EXP. And then I party wipe to some fucking encounter I wasn't ready for.
I will beat it up for violence
Skill
sake,
issue.
and then I will leave it after. So here's my attack. Yes.
Yeah, you cause bodily harm to this droid.
Well, I caused body harm, and what is it? I have the other talent, the other feat, which when I damage grappled enemies, they move -1 on the condition track, and then I'll leave that droid alone.
That's
Wait,
just
so
bullying.
you bullied it and then left?
Oh wait, hold on. Can I hack it afterwards?
What? Yes.
Why is history repeating itself?
You baffle me.
Well, I have to drop it 1 on the condition track, so it's easier for me to hack it.
Hey, that checks
Uh-huh.
out.
Oh my god.
Go ahead and roll use computer.
Oh,
Nice.
Cloth.
That's a good roll.
Use computer. Formula Max.
My one of
Billy,
my
what did
GMs
you
has
do?
revoked my rolling privileges.
We tried using Microsoft Edge.
Stop trying to pitch Microsoft Edge.
I use Microsoft Edge.
Oh my god.
That's fair.
That is fucking commitment to the bit right there. Holy shit.
Yeah, but he would
Oh my
use
God.
Microsoft Edge.
It's true. That's
Like,
all I knew back
unironically.
then.
Yes.
Firefox?
I wasn't out during Elpis.
Neither was Edge.
Edge, literally the most recent massively used browser
Massively.
of the. I would say it's massively, yeah.
Considering it comes default, everyone who
Considering it comes
installs
default, and do you know how many people that use computers just don't understand how to download a fucking web browser?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
And even if you want to use
I mean, you've
Firefox,
probably
Chrome,
opened
Opera,
Edge by accident once every few months on average, I'm willing to bet.
I used Edge to download Firefox, so you
So
know.
technically, you're an Edge user too.
Yeah.
Edge has one job: download Midnight and download everything else.
Anyway, I still need an actual use computer role.
You have my GM privileges been? Now my GM privileges.
Yeah, your
Have
role
my
privileges
basic
are
rights been
reinstated.
restored.
Excellent.
Ooh.
No, that's sufficient.
Is it because of the condition track being down one?
It didn't. No, it didn't matter.
No, they
It
don't.
just-
They don't have very high
it's just
wisdom.
it's a CR0. Oh, sorry, CR1 Astromech. It has a base will defense of 10, so even with the +5 to resist hacking, you still beat it.
Well, I'll grab the information that it has, and then
Okay. What information is that?
well, what's it?
Are you just downloading its entire memory bank?
Nah. What is it? What information am I actually looking for? I have this in a note somewhere. Alright, so you know how earlier you said that I couldn't stand in for the droid because it's a completely different model? Can I still attempt that for the next day?
Yeah, I suppose you could.
Cool.
I think maybe the lieutenant would wonder what happened to his droid if it didn't come back to the ship with him.
Well, Chew can just mind trick that guy. Easy.
That's totally fine. It'll find it in duct tape, best tape, whatever.
Huh.
I mean, I'm looking at this droid and surely it can't break out of this mesh tape.
I doubt it.
Excellent.
Maybe with
This-
enough time it could, but
With enough time, dude, it's a
This
strength
poor
check.
droid.
What is this? This mesh tape is what? It's a strength DC 20 check.
I mean it can.
Does it have a negative strength mod?
It does,
Unfortunate.
Oh,
Unfortunate.
but it can still succeed on a 20. It is
No.
technically an attack roll.
A skill check.
Mm. Hmm.
What does Mesh Tape say? Does it say a DC 20 what? A DC 20 what? Because that matters.
Give me one moment. DC 20 strength. There's the mesh tape itself.
Oh, wait. The tape has a 20 strength.
Yes, not my grapple.
Okay, so the tape has a 1d20 plus 5 grapple, essentially.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Requires a DC 20 strength check to break.
Ah, okay. No, this droid ain't going nowhere.
Excellent, dude. I have my prisoner here. I will come back and do other things with it later on if it's still here.
Oh no.
This game got real dark real quick.
Oh wait, it does have a circular saw.
Oh.
But can it reach?
But can it open the compartment the circular saw is in?
It also has magnetic feet, so it could right itself and then roll or like rock itself forward, left and right to try and like walk.
Wait, but does it attempt to do it while I'm still here?
It cannot take actions or move while you are grappling it.
Excellent.
This droid's very expensive for what it is.
Yes.
It's like a 10,000 credit droid.
If people would need to see the other
Oh,
stuff.
that's an idea. Why don't you just sell it?
Here's the pin feed that I was discussing earlier. Here's Crush, what I just did. And then was
You have crush?
Oh my god.
I love
Why
how
is
you had
Klopp
to
a
do
fucking monster? I
He
don't
is the
understand.
wrestler. I want to
then,
industrialize him in the
here's
wrestling
the
ring.
Bone Crusher, which moved it down one step on the condition track.
He has Bone Crusher. My little Klopp. What's wrong with you? Why are you a menace to society all of a sudden?
That's my
What
son.
do you mean all of a sudden?
He wants to live up to his intergalactic hero, Sagebrush.
But
They
yes,
get along.
if it's not taking any actions and it's not moving for the circle claw,
It's
I got
too
it.
frightened to know what to do with itself.
Because what is it? I was about to do the abusive relationship stuff of if it was actually attempting to break free, I would beat it up a bit more to move it down the condition track further.
Hey. I just have more questions than I have answers, I think.
Alright, well, I have the stuff I want, so I would just go back to Neely and
What do you want? What's your objective? What information do you think you have now?
well, I asked so I could stand in for the droid the following day for reasons,
Okay,
even though I'm the
so
complete different model.
who are you trying to convince that you're standing in for this droid?
Everyone.
Okay, and how do you intend to do that besides kidnapping and abducting this droid and just standing there like you belong?
Well, I downloaded what it usually does.
Okay, and you don't think anyone would question that?
That is correct. I am playing the long game. I have an idea where this is going.
He's essentially making his own fishing bait.
Ooh, I like fishing.
All right, bet. Anybody else doing anything before they go to bed?
Nothing mildly illegal.
Oh, are you saying that what I'm doing is illegal?
I mean, maybe a tiny bit.
I will start recharging at 12:01 a.m. when my check is done.
Okay.
I'm just mulling around and being a menace to all of my party members.
As you do.
Yep.
So business as usual.
I'm just hanging over R4's head while he's trying to build a device. What does this button do?
And every once in a while, it just eye flash, and the head just turns around one single flash.
The back half of your room is just covered in drying vomit.
It's worth the cleanup at this point.
He eventually gets a finger on it. It just immediately breaks, and you have to restart the check.
Holy shit.
Maybe not
I
that
will take
far.
I will take this bathroom with us.
Oh no.
All right. You go to bed. We snaw. You wake up the next day. Big stretch. Millions are dead.
What?
Millions are dead. What the?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, when a bantha
sorry.
stretches on Tatooine, then millions of people die on Kashyyyk. It's called the bantha effect.
I will go. I will go retrieve that image because it is very funny.
Kashyyyk?
I found it.
Oh.
So, you wake up. It is day 2 of tournament. The proceedings are more or less the same as they were yesterday. Everybody kind of gets in line and meets up inside, and the game gets started. I will do wisdom checks again, but I will do them one at a time because there will be things happening in between them this time. You sit down at your table, and you are playing against. Roll me 1d6. Ooh. You are playing against a young human gentleman with long, sleek black hair slicked back into what you can only assume is a tail behind his head. He wears a really sharp suit, which is like in contrast to a lot of the garb that most people are wearing. It looks cozy and it looks like it breathes well, but it is a step above like casual wear, like what most people are tending towards. And he has just this demeanor of being just the most bitch of a person.
Kick his ass.
He is constantly making remarks during between rounds about how he doesn't really care if he wins or not. He just loves playing the high stakes sabacc because the money doesn't really matter. It's a drop in the bucket in the ocean kind of deal for him. With all the women and the drugs and the all the stuff he gets up to, and it sounds like a lot of you doubt any of it's true. Is what I'm trying to say. However, he plays about said Pazak. He plays sabacc really well. For all his talk, he actually does kind of clean house a bit. His name is Silas Draver, and he is a bit of a pimp, but he's also very good at gambling. And he seems to be the first person that you've had to play against that you're not confident you can win against right now. But crazier things have happened. So, roll 1d20 plus 4.
Well, so my strategy for today is I'm not using any more than 25,000 credits unless you at some point force me to.
Okay, so you're playing conservatively.
Yes, extremely. I told you this yesterday.
Yes. Give me a second.
And will I be able to have any impact now, having finished the thing?
I will get to that. Roll.
A D20.
No, roll deception for me.
Deception. Okay.
Then you'll roll wisdom after you see the results of this.
Damn.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh.
Mm. Okay. Now roll a d20 for your wisdom. Okay. Your strategy is sound. You don't get baited into some pretty ugly hands. There are a couple that you decide to fold on that you think had a good chance and end up actually being losers, and you end up succeeding initially as a result. You keep hold of a lot of your money, but you're not really winning. You're not losing either. You're
Yeah,
staying at this
it's
table,
exactly
but
what I need to do.
you're bleeding a few credits, but you're not. You're still okay for now.
Wait, past the 25,000 or no?
Yeah, you've got a little bit. Like you haven't lost more than maybe a couple thousand for the first hour, but that's
Mhm.
all just like really small wins and bleeding the buy-in for each hand over and over, basically.
Okay. Yeah, that's essentially what it is.
Getting
but-
blinded by the blinds.
Silas does clean up. There are some
Mhm.
pretty experienced gamblers here who get baited by some pretty, what you assume are obvious bluffs.
Mhm.
And they're not terribly like high stakes, but he consistently gets them. And he's enjoying himself just a little bit too much. He's having just a little bit too much fun.
Mhm.
I would like to know how Nalia is doing.
She's keeping tabs on. Excuse me. She's she's keeping tabs on what's going on. Partially just to like do the job she's been hired for and keep an eye out for cheating and so forth, because it does benefit them to weed out extra people who aren't were there. And also just keeping a particular eye on Fioro and Armin.
Okay. When you decide to shift your attention fully to the lieutenant, you notice something odd.
Mhm.
One of the players is getting kind of heated. Not that uncommon. Some players will kind of like lose their tempers a bit, but nobody has like slammed the table and stood up before, which is what's happening now. The guy is accusing the lieutenant of cheating.
Well, since she's nearest the table, she'll step up and be like, "What's going on here?"
This man's a bleeding cheater, he is! Winning every hand! It ain't natural, I swear! I swear, I refuse to sit back down until this man has been inspected head to toe.
Uh,
The lieutenant just calmly sits at the table, looks up at you, looks back at his hand, as if he expects the round to continue.
with the like cameras and stuff and like the dealer droids and stuff, are they like monitoring and stuff for cheating as well, or is it like just mainly on the guards to like keep an eye out for that?
The droids are not programmed to count cards. They are only programmed to deal them.
Okay.
There are no security cameras that are like accessible to you. You assume the security cameras exist, you could probably find them if you like really look for them, but they're not specifically in place for the tournament. They're just the same security cameras that the casino already had. So if there is a team somewhere in the back watching the cameras, it's unlikely that they'll see anything egregious. It's really kind of the floor security's job to be on the lookout for cheating.
Wait, what? I thought it was the droids.
No, the droids aren't monitoring the players. They're designed strictly to fairly deal cards.
Okay.
Then couldn't I have been cheating this entire time?
Like I said, if you tried, there was a good chance you could potentially succeed, but like you would constantly be rolling against people paying attention for that. Because all of the other
Yeah,
players at the
but
table expect someone to be cheating too.
yeah, but if
So-
it's not a droid and it's a
And if-
human,
And
it
if you got
seems
caught,
easier.
well, yeah, the players might not be able to catch it like a machine would, but
Yeah.
a shrewd player might be smarter than a droid about what to look for.
Okay. Well, Nelia says, calm down and we'll get this sorted out.
I
What
am
makes you-
calm. He slams the table.
Hey,
Huh.
calm down.
Oh,
And
sorry,
we
man.
will resolve this.
Okay,
What do
Okay,
you think
okay.
happened?
he's cheating. I swear, he has to be. He can't keep winning every hand like this. It ain't fair. I don't know how. I've been watching him all day. He just seems to be pulling perfect hands for every situation. I can't explain it.
And you don't think he could just be that good or lucky?
He like furrows his brow. He's, are you calling me a liar?
No,
Are
I'm
you
just
saying I'm stupid?
I'm saying there's a lot of high feelings here, and sometimes people ascribe more meaning to luck than there really is.
I've been playing this bloody game for 13 years! I think I know a cheater when I see one!
How do you think he cheated?
I don't know, maybe he's got a skifter or something. Check his socks, check his sleeves, check his pretty outfit.
Ooh la la.
Nalia looks over at Armin and like the imperial like coat sleeves, they aren't that like wide, like are they?
Oh. Oh, his is like well measured. It's real tight to his wrist. Like almost deliberately so.
Does anything about him look at all even like slightly suspicious?
The only thing that might seem a little suspicious to you is how calm he is. He doesn't seem to care about the guy. He seems to be focused on his hand.
Okay.
And it's not so much that he's doing anything weird with it, it's more just like he seems like he's patiently waiting to go back to playing the game. He's got that like locked in sort of look to him. Like he's still thinking about the round, even though there's been like a disruption of play. He doesn't seem to fully be paying attention to the scene.
Does he have like quick aside, would Kloppy have told us like anything about or communicated to us back in the hotel room about anything you did or nah?
I don't think Kloppy can communicate much of anything.
No, but Kloppy can write thing can like communicate to C4 who can translate. I don't know. Okay.
You don't know about my plans. You just see me there.
Okay, cool. Cool. All right. Nelia will look at Armin and say, and what do you have to say about all this?
He takes one of the cards in his hand and he like moves it to a different position in his hand. Puts a finger like across his lip, like he's like really thinking about something. And then he just like starts he starts speaking. And the words coming out of his mouth feel like a seamless, constant flow of just his surface level thoughts. Like he just starts speaking aloud numbers, potential hands, things that he's observed about the other players at the table. Just random little things all in this weird stream of consciousness, like speak. As if he's not fully aware that he's talking out loud.
That's really weird.
He's a robot.
But the weird thing is, like, if you look at any of the players at the table, they're aghast at some of the stuff he says about them. Because some of it's not pertinent to the game. Like, one random thing you hear, likely to fold, scar on ring finger indicates failed marriage. Shit like that. Just the most like psychedelic observations. Just like he has like the surface level thought that's connected to this otherworldly idea, but for whatever reason when he says it, the guy just like instinctively starts rubbing his ring finger. And he's just horrified. Like almost as if it was true. Somehow.
Use the
Against all odds.
force.
He's just evil Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I
We're
was
Like, I'm
definitely-
imagining the fucking like scenes from the
This is-
fucking Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, evil Sherlock
Of,
Holmes
like-
with a droid help.
Physical recovery, 6 days. Full psychiatric recovery, 6 months. Deploy elbow block. Yeah,
Oh my
exactly like that, actually.
Mhm.
Just
All right. Well,
and when he stops, for the first time, he looks at you. Doesn't turn his head, just kind of moves his eyes up to you. And he goes, "Please, either remove him from the table, the play can resume, or make him sit back down."
Nelia kind of pauses for a moment because, yeah, that was sure something. But with him acting like that, as far as she can tell, he's not cheating per se. He's just extremely observant.
He's idiot
So,
savant.
yeah. So she, after a moment, looks back at the guy who was pitching a fit and says, well, I think we can all see he's a remarkably observant person. So
He also has
maybe
a
he
gun.
is. What? Is that what he said? Or
That's what the lieutenant says.
she frowns and says, "You're not supposed to have weapons on." Or is the lieutenant saying that about himself or about
Oh, the other guy.
He's
About
saying
the
that
other
about
guy.
he's saying that about the guy who's pitching a fit.
Yeah.
okay? And she says, "And may I remind you, no weapons are permitted for players on the floor. So if you do have a weapon, you will have to leave.
Oh,
But
I'm
if you can accept that maybe someone is just really good at reading people and really good at the game, and perhaps that's why they enter the tournaments, you could also just sit back down and we can resume play without any trouble."
Well, firstly, there ain't no proof I've got anything on me. Alright, I was searched just like everyone else. Secondly,
Then there shouldn't be any problem with you sitting back down and resuming play, unless
I'm not playing with this freak of nature. He may not be cheating, but it can't be legal. Whatever he's doing, it has to be against some kind of code, right? It's got to be against gambling law. For someone to. It's like counting cards, but worse.
They know about secret technique of county college.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think there's 52 in here.
I thought there was 53.
Hey, wait, there's 54. They left the jokers in.
So, sir, either calm down, resume play,
Comedy
or I'm
lifts a
gonna have
gun
to
out
ask
of
you
his
to leave.
sleeve.
Yeah, I'm
Points
pretty
straight
sure
at the
you
lieutenant.
need to brutalize this guy.
He's like, I'm
Can
calling
she
to prove it.
can she like try and catch it? Like catch his
Uh,
arm?
Oh yeah, sure. Roll to hit.
Stop
Roll to-
resisting!
What am I rolling?
A D20 plus strength mod plus BAB.
Strength.
It'd be like whatever your to hit with a lightsaber is, like -1 because you don't have weapon focus stun baton. Most likely, unless you have other bonuses I'm not aware of.
I don't think so.
It's
For
it's just
this-
BAB plus strength mod. Should be
Okay.
what, like 9, I think. For you?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So close. So close to another accidental murder.
Well, no, it's just intercepting a hand.
Do
It's
you
not.
do you have the stun baton on? Like, is it on the
No.
stun setting or?
I
is it
think
on the
you
bludgeoning setting?
misinterpreted what she wanted to do.
Yeah, I wanted to like try and catch his arm, like.
Oh, I'm aware.
Well, presumably it is just she's just left it set to stun.
So you just leave it on all the time?
No, I don't think she would have had it. Well, she might have clicked it on for like this.
I would say that would be a swift action.
Well, if you did it before you walked up to the table, that would be one thing. If you didn't have the foresight to do it before you walked up to the table, you wouldn't have had time with this reaction to turn it on. So you would just be beating him with a club, essentially.
I thought they just were like on Judd all the time. I didn't realize.
No, think like a normal. It's a normal police baton, but it has like a taser setting.
Okay.
Yeah.
She probably would have just like turned it on at the start of like the shift.
Oh well, the battery wouldn't last for the whole.
Oh,
The whole.
Oh, I don't know how these work. I'm
Were-
sorry.
Were you
I think you're just committing good
anticipating?
old-fashioned
Well,
police brutality.
I think what he's asking is, were you anticipating having to hit this guy? If yes, it was on. If no, it was not on.
Basically that.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
You
then
did
it
think
was
you were
fine.
going to have to commit a violence.
Didn't necessarily think she was gonna have to, but like that it was a distinct possibility.
I see. Okay. Then roll 2d6 plus strength modifier. Plus half level.
Well,
What would that be, like
Yeah.
2d6 plus 7?
3 plus half level.
Right. Which would be 3.
That's a lot
Three,
of
three,
threes.
three.
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee!
Wait, isn't Yahtzee 5?
You catch this
Don't ruin the
man's
joke.
arm as he pulls the blaster out of his sleeve, and you swipe. You knock the blaster out of his hand. You club him against the face. You send him to the ground in a crumple, and he is unconscious.
Where does the blaster land?
On the ground behind the stanchion.
Damn, not by my foot.
No.
Damn.
The crowd erupts in applause.
Oh, I see.
Some people whistle.
She looks down at him and then looks at the table. Anyone else have any problems?
The guy who's like nervously fidgeting with his ring finger shakes his head very like just no, we're good. Sorry.
All right. This guy's disqualified. Bringing a weapon in violation of the rules.
And for being unconscious during an official tournament match.
Yeah. So she'll put her loop her or she'll put her baton back away and
You turn it off?
go. Yeah, I turn it off and
Okay,
put it
just
back
checking.
on her. Yeah. She turns it off and puts it back on her belt, then goes to pick up the guy's body and carry him out.
You extricate this man by the legs through the security checkpoint. You drop him off with some security officials who look him over with some medical equipment, deduce that he is in fact just stunned out of consciousness and not potentially dead. They confiscate his gun. Jack Manderville comes on the mic and he goes, "Well, give it up once again for our fabulous security team."
Yoo-hoo!
Yes. Fabulous opportunity for those of you in the crowd. For only 2,000 credits, you can buy into this man's seat starting right now. We will delay play for 10 minutes while you folks figure that one out.
Oh shit, I don't have 2,000 credits.
Damn, no credits.
It's the no bitches meme, but it's like plop
No
saying
crit.
no credits. No bitches? Is there not 2,000 credits between the 5 of you? Not including Zuda? I know Nalia has 500 from yesterday's pay.
Are you trying to get everyone into the tournament?
No, this only happens once. Plus, the guy's seat is like not ideal because he just spent a good majority of the first round or the first round of hands like losing badly. So his position's real bad, and it's probably not worth the 2,000 credit buy-in for an average person. It's probably not even worth it for an experienced gambler. That's why they're trying to like cut their losses here. That's why the buy-in isn't the full amount.
I see.
It's
a
also
good
why
thing
they're
that
only
we-
giving 10 minutes for the like FOMO factor, basically.
I see. This is a good thing
I mean,
that
does anyone ask R4 if he has credits?
Why would a droid have credits? I don't even think of that.
Droids don't have rights. Why would they have money?
Yeah, are droids aren't allowed in the tournament, are they?
Yeah,
No.
why would the droid be sitting on 30 grand?
Yeah, why indeed?
Yeah, why would a George have money? That's
He's a
wild.
trust fund baby, that's all.
It's not wrong.
The ridiculous amount of money C4 has continues to
It's because he's a noble.
Yeah, he's royalty.
I am literally 6 levels of noble. That is my class.
My character identity is my 6 levels of noble and the wealth talent.
Mhm.
And this
Amazing.
rocket launcher. And no witnesses.
All right, hold on. I'll have to leave that for the next time I use the rocket launcher as a...
And no witnesses.
No, it's a good one.
Trust fund baby.
It's trust funded.
Yeah, let's go.
Has to wait till the droid turns 21.
Because I guess really it would only be Chu who would have the opportunity to buy in here if you
Yeah.
wanted to.
See, the thing is, you said that not even an experienced gamble would do it, but it's a good thing we don't have a gamble. We have a Jedi.
Oh.
Yeah, you could just force
These
people to
force
go in
card
on bad
read.
hands.
Yeah.
Imagine if you like went in
Bought
and
in
then
on the
somehow,
second day and then won the whole thing for fun.
right?
Be a good time. Are you interested?
Oh yeah, if I get the funds.
Well, you know who to talk to.
I don't know who to talk to.
Oh, it's R4.
I don't know R4 has money.
Well, R4 has a cheating device that he's very eager to give to somebody now that it's ready.
Well, I would have given it to Zuda before
Oh, true.
before the
Oh,
day
okay,
started.
okay. Oh,
So
sorry.
if
You're
Chu
right.
Neely makes it through today, you can make a second cheating device.
Like R4 is absolutely willing to give the 2 credits, but
The 2
the-
credits.
he's not gonna
final
he's not
table.
gonna offer it.
I'm also not going to offer my
Yeah,
funds.
in character, I have no fucking idea about this money. I thought we just went all in on getting the cash for Zuda.
I will say you aren't completely oblivious to the fact that R4 has somehow managed to make some pretty weird and expensive purchases throughout the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Like he isn't just the little astromech with a rocket launcher that he was last when you met him.
You might have seen the discarded box from the MacBook Pro.
Yeah, he's installed a computer in his chassis. An entire MacBook.
Or
got
the
a
light
disk
bulb
drive.
being from Rolex.
You might have noticed his
No,
new
the light bulb
USB
is
drive.
vintage.
Yeah, that's true. It's a mining tunnel light bulb.
It's a
Must be
mining
worth
tunnel
millions.
lamp.
Maybe he's just
It's vintage at this point.
I
Yeah.
want to believe it's just a gas lamp.
he just put it in a trust fund. He's collecting tens of thousands of interest every day on it.
On the money I saved from buying that light bulb, I have made dividends.
But if you wouldn't ask him, then you wouldn't ask him.
Yeah, it's fine. I believe in Zuda.
All right.
R4 puts on a hat and a mustache and enters.
Look in the back, Arthur for a second has a top hat and a monocle on. You look away and
Yeah.
it's gone.
So, how does your cheating device work?
Essentially, what I imagined was just a way of communication to be able to effectively try to tell him what other people's hands are when needed.
I see.
Would not
And-
necessarily be looking to use it overtly today, more so getting it ready for when it would be most useful, which is final.
Okay.
Basically a trial run, since can probably say that he's, playing conservatively anyways.
Sure. Okay. Now, then the question to Zuda: if there came a hand where you felt like you had a decent shot, would you attempt to communicate with R4 to get an edge on this day?
Well, I imagine
No, I would still cheat, but I told you I'm not spending any more than 25,000 unless you force me to.
Sure. Okay. I was
Well, so
just
I
curious
imagine
if you
I imagine the
if
device
that would
problem.
only be true if you didn't have an avenue to start winning. But
No,
if you
I
do-
I told you my plan specifically because I knew I could be cheating. I'm
Okay.
like, if I'm gonna cheat, I don't want to make it insanely obvious.
Right, cheating through your own means versus cheating through R4's means was what I was clarifying. But if that still holds true, then sure.
No, yeah, like let's say I have a hand that I want to continue with. Why wouldn't I ask him like what the other player's hand is? Like, I don't see why I wouldn't.
Okay, so
'Cause
you're happy to attempt to cheat
yeah.
as long as it doesn't bring you below a certain threshold of money.
Well, yeah, essentially I would be cheating, but not to gain money from it, just to see if it works.
Okay, so we're just trialing it.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah, why would you move a toy?
how does the communication work?
I'm pretty sure R4 can just talk to me in my comlink. Like,
Well, it
The
can't
problem
be
is like in order
comlink-based. That's
the
the
prob-
no,
that's
but
the
he
complicated part.
created his own version of comms. Like, that's
the
literally what
problem
he said
with
it
this
was.
is that the communication would inherently probably have to be one way,
Yeah, I know.
just due
Okay.
to the fact of not giving any indication that he's receiving information. Because if he tried to respond to something, there's going to be some sort of tell.
Yeah.
Right.
So I imagine this is just R4 is just constantly feeding him information, and
Yeah.
he can then
essentially.
decide what to do with that information.
Oh, okay. So you've been getting info the entire time now.
Yeah, but I can choose to use it or choose to ignore it.
Sure. Okay. And do you use it frequently enough?
Well, dude,
Like,
you've only given me 1 hour. Like,
True. True. I'm asking because I didn't realize that was going on in the first hour. That's my bad. I
Yeah.
forgot that it was like one-way communication.
Yeah, last time he made it, he said he wanted to make a device that got around the jamming that these little badges do. So
And it does do that, but it is one way.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
How
still,
would you
that's more than enough.
basically how would you communicate that you want the information if you didn't want it all the time? Would you have set that up beforehand, I guess?
Maybe
Well,
a single way of basically a start and a basic communication of starting. Like that would probably be the limit. What could be seen, like reliably hidden.
I mean, my intelligence is 16. So there's no way that an amount of information he could feed me would overload my ability to think. So I assume he's just always telling me, and I can just choose to use it or not use it. Like, I don't see why I would ever need to not have it, I guess. Unless
Here's one
unless you're
example of
telling
why.
me that I am giving off hints that I know what they have.
Right,
But
so that would be my only remaining follow-up. If you happen to have perfect information or close to perfect information all the time, are
yeah.
you purposefully throwing hands?
Yes, that like I told you, I'm not trying to make money this round. I'm literally trying to play as safely as possible. And so if that means like instantly folding, even if I were the big blind, and even knowing perfect information of what other people have, that's what I would be doing. Because I plan on not going above a certain threshold
Well,
unless
this
you
matters
force me
because
to.
I don't need you to roll anymore. You succeed in your objective in getting like
You're
exactly
not
100
going to
players.
force me once to challenge someone in a table full of 8 people.
You know everything and are opting to use that information to worsen your position at critical times. there's
Interesting.
no way that somebody could like accuse you of cheating because you're actively not winning. You
Yeah.
you are trying to get third place.
Basically, yes. That was my strategy for today. It was
Right,
not to
but
become first. It was just to
knowing
stay alive
now,
at the table.
because I didn't realize right away that like you could just get third by just choosing to punt specific hands, make it look real good for yourself. You sail through the day doing exactly what you think you need to do. You
Mhm.
come out with exactly the amount of money that you're trying to get to, and you clear the table.
Easy.
You are not put under any kind of pressure to over or underperform. You know exactly what you have to do to meet the minimum, and that's what you shoot for, and that is no check required.
Then that entire time, can I observe the pimp and steal things from him?
Roll perception.
Damn.
He's just better at the game than you.
no.
He's just too good.
He's just better
Too
at the game
good.
than you.
Just love to point out that I've rolled 2 nat ones,
In a
and
row.
these are skills that I am trained in. Feels so bad.
No.
Is that tourney stress?
No, I don't know.
Maybe it's the dark blue dice. Maybe.
Yeah, but it was the green dice or the orange dice last time. So like it feels like no matter what dice I choose.
Why does
They're
Maybe
everyone
it's
have
just
bad.
physical
these
dice
2
on?
colors.
Hmm.
So why does everyone have physical dice on?
Because I miss the experience of actually rolling the dice.
Yeah.
I like
don't. Like,
I
I
like
get
the
it,
noises.
but yeah, the noise is fine. The tactile sensation of having dice is cool. But man, I've lost a lot of dice. They roll off of tables. They're annoying to pick back up. Sometimes you lose them.
You gotta get the
Let's see how
ones
it
with the
handles
lip.
this. Oh, damn it. I tried.
You man,
You rolled
had
1,000.
one shot. One opportunity.
Fucked it up. It's not funny anymore.
You walk out of that tournament feeling like you committed highway robbery. You had an objective, you did exactly what you had to do, and you accomplished it. You
How
are still middle of the pack, but now the middle of the pack is like up in the top 25 percentile rather than just in the middle. 'Cause
how
there's
many
a fourth as many people as there were 48 hours ago.
credits would I have having done this?
A good question.
Because if we're at the top 64, then that's still not that crazy amount of money. Unless you're saying like the top 5 have like 25% of the funds.
Some of them might have close to that. Hold on, I'll do the math.
Well, like I said, if it were a normal tournament, all the players would have 40,000 because there's 64 players. If the
You
prize
probably
pool
have
is
about
2.5
43 and
million.
a half thousand.
So then I lost a bunch of money, but okay, that's fine.
Well, I mean, you didn't want it to look that obvious.
Yeah.
Your only goal was to get to the next day, and this is kind of where you settled.
But so I went from 25,000 down to 3,000. So I technically lost a lot.
But you have 43,000.
No, I had 65,000. I was making sure
No,
that
I changed it to 35, remember?
When?
When you told me that 65 was too much.
No.
Okay, here, I'll rephrase
okay,
the entire thing.
it's
Wherever
fine.
you think
Whatever.
you were, you're up 10 grand.
Okay, then I would have 50,000.
Yeah. That sounds good. That's a good number. I like that.
See, this is why you should just reset everybody's money at the end of every day, because otherwise it starts to like not make sense. Because you're telling me some players are starting with like 1,000 credits, which means
they get like 2 hands and then they're out. But that's because they really.
but that's
poorly performed.
horrible for a tournament format.
They
like
should have played better on the first day.
But then
This is the get good scrub of poker tournaments.
But like, what audience would watch this?
I mean,
This audience.
it's not impossible for those people to stay in.
No, it is theoretically impossible. Imagine if you're starting the small blind and then your big blind next hand, and you only have $2,000, and there's someone at your table that has 150,000. You cannot win that because they just outmoney you in those first 2 rounds. It's bad.
Is a minimum amount that you would have to get out of the first and second days. Like,
yeah, but
had less than 30,000 coming into day 3. I don't know if that's possible.
But in order for your top 3 to have like a lot, the bottom like 20 players would have to have not a ton. Like because that's just how it would work with a total across that vast amount of people.
Think about it like this: if each player at a table where somebody cleaned house lost like 10%, and all 4 of the players that busted gave every dollar they had to the same player, you still are only about at a 10% deficit of like where the average is. That one person is just omega rich. So the people that are advancing aren't like in dire straits.
Yeah, but if 4 people at that table have to advance, like the person winning a bunch of money is only taking it really from the 4 people that get eliminated. Like, that pool of money should still be on 3 other people as well. But you're acting like the dude at the table Mila had to deal with. Sure, he was winning every hand, but there still theoretically have to be 3 other people not eliminated at that table.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't have like a crazy amount of money unless all 3 of those other people were also just folding to him and keeping like 10k. Like, it doesn't make sense.
I think that would be a lot of it. Is like they would take the small wins where they can and fold at most opportunities where they think there's any lack of certainty, because they just assume he's just going to keep winning. And they're just doing what you're doing, where they're just trying to play conservatively.
But then the
but
next
the people that
the
are
next
trying to play
day,
conservative and losing slowly would just have a little bit less than you. You know what I mean?
no, the next day like would be over because it would be over so quickly because the disparity of money would be too far. Like, I don't know, man. This tournament's not great.
I might be over exaggerating how disparate that it.
You kind of are. Because you said first and second place were the lady and the one guy, but you said they had like a lot of the funds, which means then that the other 120 certain people can only have whatever funds they don't have. So how is all of that money then also funneling back into the top 2 people, but you're still keeping half of the set of people when the tables are only 8 players and nobody's shuffling around table to table when people get eliminated? Like, the funds are moving all over the place, but they should all be staying within their 8-man pools. So, like, that's why it's really weird.
Maybe you're right, kind of.
Well, because they're winning more money than theoretically exists in their pool.
I'm trying not to put a money amount on it specifically for that purpose.
But the thing is having a certain amount of money going into the next round.
Well, yeah. In theory, right? Like all 8 people at the final table should have exactly.
Well, if you redistribute the money every single day, then all 8 people would have the exact same amount of funds starting every round. Yes. But if they're coming in with random amounts on the final day, the top 5 people could each have like 500,000, and then the bottom 3 people have like 200 to like 100, and like that's not really, there's no purpose for those 2 people to be there. They'll just be
Well,
instantly butted out. Like, even if they're good players,
there will
they'll
only be 1 player advancing from each table on the 3rd day, right? Shouldn't that theoretically be where the money bottlenecks?
But
where each
so,
player
because
has a similar amount going into the last table?
no, because you're not doing seeding. You said it was random. So
Well, it's
the
partially
values
random.
would be, yeah, but the values would be fucked up.
I did say they're trying to pool, like they're trying to seed it in a way where the amount of money at each table is the same, or at
But
least very close.
then you would be able to figure out the order by just looking at everybody's totals. So it would not be random.
Starting on day 3, it wouldn't be random anymore. You're right.
Okay.
I think
It just sounds like it's arbitrarily being.
It is arbitrary.
Yeah, but that's, I don't know.
Sorry, it's overcomplicated. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to paint it as like a scene rather than like give it hard and fast numbers. Like when I say like a character is cleaning house, they have like a lot of the money. I'm not trying to imply like rules are being broken or it's complicated. I'm just like, I just want to impress upon you that this person's really good at Sabak.
Yeah, which you can get across, but you could still do that and have the tournament format actually be a tournament. Because like this is
I
like
think what's going to end up happening in my vision of how this is supposed to go is that all 8 people at the final table will have close to, if not exactly identically, the same amount of money. That's how it's supposed to go, because the money is supposed to eventually all funnel down to the bottom evenly. So a player that does really well on days 1 and 2 just has to play consistently on day 3. Their money doesn't have to change because they already have all the winnings they're going to go into the final day with, essentially. Because the players they're playing against probably don't have much.
But so, yeah, but then that's not really a tournament at that point then. That's like,
it's supposed to give the illusion of a chance, right?
yeah.
Because in theory, you could luck your way into a comeback. It'd be tough, and you'd have a lot of uphill battles to make. But if you drew the correct sequence of hands right from the get go, you could make a run. I think that's where all of the suspense is supposed to be. And while I am over exaggerating it, I think that chance is higher than I'm giving it justice of. Like, it's not supposed to be this bleak chance. Like the 2,000 credit buy-in thing, that's an extreme example where you're buying in for 2K for a pot of like that guy's total was probably something abysmal, but that would be like the example of somebody who's already on their way out anyway. Most people going into day 3 probably have no less than 25,000. If I had to give it a number.
I think if you want to do this again, you should make it a bounty tournament, and players get bonuses based on how many opponents they knock out and not actual monetary value.
I think next time I do this, I will change the game that's being played.
Yeah, because it's too abstract. your game could be anything.
Yes, tournament next.
It could even be a mystery box.
It's just tight and hard.
No, rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, I would love that. I would be fine with that.
Funny.
But how do I play a game where the rules are worse than Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's just a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
This dude, yeah, kind of is. Whoever goes first wins. Like at this point,
Just like Magic.
yeah.
You all leave the casino on the second day. You're all quite happy with the results. Zuda is still in it, strong. As you are leaving, Nalia, your comlink starts buzzing as soon as you take off your badge, or get out of range of the jammer that's in the casino that causes the badges to disrupt communications.
Okay.
You're
She,
being called.
She finds a quiet enough out of the way spot so where she can actually hear the comm link, because have you ever tried to talk to someone on a comm in like a crowded bar or something? Not happening.
True.
And and then answers.
Hello. How is the captain doing in the tournament? I'm having trouble reaching him.
How question for the
Yeah.
DM. How did Moro do?
He is not doing well. He did advance, but only barely.
Okay. She says they block most of the communications around the tournament in an effort to prevent cheating. So that's probably why.
See, I'm aware of this, but I gave him a special communicator that he's supposed to use that lets him bypass this annoying roadblock.
And it's not working?
I fear he may have misplaced it. He is a bit of a... Oh, what do you meatbags call it? Dumbass?
I thought
Sounds
everybody
like you
called it that.
well, he made it another day.
It's a
I
start.
I don't know if he has a shot unless he gets real good real fast.
I
Even
was
with cheating.
afraid of this. I see. Well,
The top couple players are very good.
luck can only get you so far, but skill can never beat perfect luck. So here's what we must do, if you still value our agreement. I have an agent waiting for you in the casino. He'll give you what you need to make sure that the captain can take home the grand prize for the home team.
All right. Who am I looking for?
You're looking for a Deveronian. He'll have a cracked horn, and a slick smile, and a bad temper.
All right.
Then you're going to pass off his package to your best tech specialist, someone who can get in and out unnoticed. And they'll know what to do with the device inside.
I'll see what I can do. I can't
Good.
promise anything.
Well, we'll
But
have to work on that, won't we? As you know, these types of business relationships don't go one way.
I am aware, but not all of my compatriots are necessarily interested in this particular relationship, and one of them is determined to win the tournament for himself. So
A startling and unpleasant development. Some text appears in the top left corner that says Switch will remember this.
I see.
Damn, revealing.
Okay, in my defense, Nelia specifically declined working for him to begin with, and he just assumed he that she would work for him anyway.
The only one that picks up when I call. See?
I see.
Hey.
I blocked his number immediately.
Get in contact with the Deveronian, and I will deal with your friends at a later juncture.
She hangs up.
I mean, now you can fuck switch over.
He's a droid.
Yeah, but if she gets the thing from the Deveronian and doesn't give it to the guy, easy.
Well, she's supposed to give it to a tech specialist, so she would give it to C4 and
Oh,
ask
yeah, I
him
guess
what
she
he'd
could.
make.
Yeah.
Or Claw.
They were saying, give it to someone who can make it hidden inside. It's obviously Millie.
True. It's
Yeah.
obviously for Millie.
Yeah, or give it to Cloppy. That is
Yeah,
true.
best text message. I just rolled a nat 1 and rolled a 23 use computer.
Oh, would that have succeeded? Let's find out.
Damn.
Okay, she'll go look for this Deveronian.
It would have failed.
Dang.
Yeet.
A nat 1 would have failed? Holy shit.
So you're telling yourself there's a
one in
chance.
particular. Yeah, technically. You could roll 1 on the force point and it still wouldn't be good enough.
So I know the DC.
Yeah.
You're gonna force me to take more levels of noble to take more assured skill, aren't you?
No more money.
Sorry, exceptional skill.
The trust fund is getting bigger. It's the blob. Okay. So, do you go track down the Deveronian then?
Yeah, might as well.
Alright. You see the silhouette of a man whose back is to you currently at the bar, sweet talking to the bartender, who is always Kaliaki. And you tap him on the shoulder, he wheels around. Oh, can't you see I'm bit? It's the guy from the tournament with the holdout blaster.
Wait, is he the Deveronian?
Yeah.
Nice.
Please don't stun me again. I don't think my other horn can take it.
Cheaters always accuse cheaters of cheating.
I just came to get a drink, ma'am. Please don't hurt me again.
Wasn't planning on it if you don't cause me any trouble.
He finds some courage.
All right, what do you want then? I'm trying to enjoy myself here.
Switch sent me.
Oh, did he now? And why, might I ask?
Said you had a package for me.
He furrows
Hope
his
it
brow.
didn't get damaged in the beating you took earlier.
You're lucky I was able to pull it off the damn droid before I left the table.
He hands you a USB stick.
Fine, I guess he wants his star pupil in the tournaments a little longer. Fine, whatever, no hard feelings. I got outplayed. Here, give this to the stupid captain or whoever. Just, it goes directly into the port at the bottom.
Makes a motion with his hand, he's shoving his entire hand into something.
She looks at it, nods, pockets it, and says, "So that's why you thought he was cheating? Because he was out cheating your teeth?"
No, he's pulling a me.
Look,
Damn, he Millie.
between you and me, I do think he's cheating. but it ain't like a normal cheating, see, like the kind where you pull cards out of your hands and you know, sabotage the dealing droids. I think he's got something wrong up here, and he like taps his forehead. Some kind of freak, like he's got that space juice or something.
Ew.
Space juice.
Yeah,
That's what you
look,
milk from
what are
space
they?
banthas.
What are they called? Like the Jedi? It's a drink, right? Like a toxin you take. Shortens your lifespan, but it makes you psychic or some shit. I don't know.
I always heard they were just born that way.
Oh, what? Ew. Ah. God, imagine being born like a criminal like that. That'd be That's awful.
What is this guy,
You know
JonTron?
it's illegal to be a Jedi. You know that, right? Like to be on Jedi, like to have Jedi in you. If you have that Jedi in you, like that's a crime. The Emperor said so. I was there, you know, when they coronated the Emperor. He like puts his hand on the chair and kind of leans sideways and kind of listfully stares off into a random direction.
Did
Anyway,
you
what
hit
was we
him
talking
too
about?
hard?
Oh, you can tell he has suffered something. You don't know if it was already present or if you did it. You're not sure.
Nalia's wondering if she didn't hit him hard enough at this point. Jesus Christ. She just kind of
Next is gonna
nods
start
and
talking about how all the people in power are all just secretary Transoceans.
oh god.
What are you talking
Yeah.
about? Don't be stupid. It's not a secret. Everyone knows. By the Force, you stupid. Takes a big sip of his drink. You know, this Sith blood stuff, they say it's the antidote for the Jedi.
Ah, yes, we
I
want
don't know, they
Sith
call
blood.
it like mortal enemies or something. Diametrically opposed. Ha! Learned that one in grade school. Good times. What were we on about again? Oh, hey, wait. You're cheating too? You're in with Switch?
I'm just a messenger. She says, I'm here to make sure the whole tournament goes smoothly.
Pretty girl like you wrapped up in a life of crime like that. Probably got a body count higher than the sky. Jeez. I can't even imagine. What has the galaxy come to, am I right?
What has it come to? Well, we all have to make our way in the world.
I guess. I just keep playing cards, I don't know. It's like maybe this was a bit too much for me, but I can go back to like the local circuits, make some decent money. It's an honest living, you know, gambling. But whatever the hell's going on over in this circuit. He like pulls at his collars. These people, they play for keeps. They are serious. That lieutenant guy, yeah, he's a freak, but have you seen the other people in this damn tournament? There's that Nemoidian girl. I don't know her name, but holy, she cleaning house. And then the Hapen woman. Damn. If she wasn't into women, you know that is where my coupling would be hooked. You know what I'm saying? Wow. And that dress. Whew. Yochi mama. Tega, another round, please. Kaliaki kind of like slowly rotates in place, but like the weird like and it's the weird like gargoyle stones turning sound where you're not moving but your entire body is rotating at the same time as like the rest of you. And it, like her eyes lock with him and he just kind of like abruptly sits back and she just goes, I think you've had enough. You're cutting me off. And one?
They
This is
do
your fourth.
recommend to limit how much you drink after you've been stunned.
Ah. Is that what my head hurts? And he like rubs his broken horn. His eyes get wide. He rubs it harder. He like feels around on his head. What's my horn? Oh
Was
wait.
it already broken during the tournament?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. I was gonna say.
And then he goes, oh, right. Yeah, maybe I've had enough. How about a water then? She pours him a water. He like splashes it on his face. Right. Well, I'm going to bed. I've had a long day. You have fun with that, and you keep looking beautiful. He saunters on out. Kaliki is still rubbing that same glass that she's had since you saw her the first time in
The
the
cleanest
cantina on
cleanest guy
3.
in the galaxy.
It is so clean. She just shakes her head and she goes, "He was one of the better ones I've had today."
I'm so sorry.
Are you now? Well, I accept your apology. Try not to fuck up this job for me too, please.
Do my best.
Aight.
Only hear about the tournament.
Aren't they all? Can I get you anything,
Yeah.
love?
No thanks. I gotta work in the morning.
Amen to
But
that.
nice seeing you.
Yep. Take care.
You too. No, Amelia will head off to go
Woohoo!
find C4.
Congratulations, you have solved my drunken Deveronian puzzle.
It's the same puzzle as any drunk. You just kind of let them ramble.
True.
But she'll find C4 and is C4 back at the hotel or are you doing something else?
We're guess probably back at the hotel. He has any other thing to do at the moment. Probably just charging.
Okay. Well, she'll head back to the hotel and find C4 and say and show him the USB stick and said and tell him about what Switch is requested and wondering if he can make any heads or tails of the USB stick and if it will be of any help to him in
So
whatever he's doing with Zuda.
to clarify, what the instructions that were given were to plug it into the bottom slot of what again?
You presume one of the gambling droids at the table that the captain will be sitting at.
Would it be possible to use the computer terminal that's in the room to plug this thing into to try to figure out what the fuck it does?
Yeah, it would be.
I would like to do that.
Okay. What it does is it gives an additional +2 to gambling checks for allies and a -2 penalty to everyone else.
Damn, and he was still losing to that guy.
Yup.
Are the allies hard coded into the stick?
Well, no, but you would designate it when you upload this the programming to the droid.
Neat. I don't even have to do anything then.
Yeah, you would just like select a position at the table to favor, essentially, is what it does. It's just a logic rewriting program, basically. It intentionally shuffles cards to specific spots in the deck to deal them to the specific player, is what it does. It doesn't guarantee them the win, it just guarantees that they draw consistently good hands. Not always like a winning hand, but like it'll consistently be enough to bluff with, if nothing else.
Gotcha.
Like, you'll never have like a dead hand, essentially. It's not going to throw you pocket aces 10 times in a row, but it might, might give you some sick value.
Before I was gonna ask Nadia what her intention is with this.
That's true. It is yours. You get to decide what we do with it.
Honestly, she's not really sure. She would rather see Zuto win than Switch's guy. But also, that's not what they're here for. So it might be worthwhile to to use it at least. Okay, wait. This is there's 4 days to the tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we need to so ostensibly you'd want to get presumably Armin and Fioro will get through because they need to make their deals, and so for whatever reason they're supposed to make their handoff on the last day, like during the tournament.
In theory.
In theory. So we want to get, and it would be nice for Zuda to win, but getting Switch's guy through would be one, at least to the last day, would be one further variable under control.
Would actually make things under less control because Switch is a complete unknown entity, most likely, of whatever he wants done.
Well, he
That's
probably
true.
just wants some money, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he wants some money. He doesn't care about much else.
Money, influence, information, power. It's just a broker of bad shit, essentially.
Yeah. But potentially useful to have on side long term.
And dangerous to have otherwise.
Yeah. So she'd rather not like overtly cross him. So probably she. So okay. I, it's possible that she could probably just. Well, I wonder if they could like duplicate this chip.
Pretty easily, I imagine.
Yeah. So if they could duplicate it, then they can have a backup for Zuda, and she can still put this chip into Moro's table tomorrow.
So curiosity, are there rosters already posted for what the tables are the next day?
Yeah, this is 25% chance that me and him are at the same table.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is who else is at that guy's table?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance their rosters are set now. Because they can't be quite as random as they were the previous
At this point,
day.
R4, we want to check that.
So let me roll for that. How many people are left? 64.
64. Yep. And there's
Lots of
8
games.
Nintendo
tables.
64. Oh my god.
Nintendo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, Captain Karoma is not at Zuda's table, but Silas the Pimp will be.
At Zuda's table?
Yes, it just so happens that you two seated into the same table again.
Delightful.
Is any big name at the table of Switch's guy?
No. Funny enough, he's at his own table.
It's almost
Oh,
like
no,
he's
wait a
supposed
second.
to get
Hold
to
on.
the next round.
No, that's how it rolled. I did roll it randomly to see who would be at whose table.
Mhm.
You are going to be at table 4 with Silas the Pimp. Lady Fiora will be at table 7 with another NPC that you've not spoken to. The captain is at his own table, and the lieutenant will be at table 2 with another random NPC that you never met. I have a rogues gallery of just NPCs who are like named,
Mhm.
but certain ones have to be. I mean, they can all of them can appear at the final table, but they don't have to.
Okay. So
He will-
maybe
Captain Kuroma will be at table 5.
So the actual physical like data stick on, is there anything special about the physical hardware?
Not really. It's small. It's easy to insert.
Can I get more of them?
Yeah, you can buy them. They're not expensive. It's essentially just a USB stick in terms of like what it does and how readily accessible it is. It's more like what's on it is a little bit more illegal, harder to code, etc.
All right.
Specifically designed for this model of dealer droid as well.
Gotcha. So I would like to whatever I have to pay for 2 more of these things.
The cost of 2 data sticks, I don't know, 2 credits.
I'll look it up later. Second question: do we know what droid is going to be used for the final table?
You know that droid in particular is being kept off of the casino floor specifically to prevent exactly this scenario.
Alright.
Wherever it is, it's factory default, it's never been turned on, it's sealed in a box somewhere. It might not even be on the station yet.
All right. Well, that kind of rolls that one out, that part of the plan out, but
potentially it could.
an opportunity still may present itself. So I'll have
Right.
it ready to go just in case.
Yeah.
So I would like to make a couple changes to the program on these, if possible.
It probably is possible.
The first thing is for the 2 I'm going to use on the droid. I'm going to attempt to use on the droids for the next day. Is I want them to set to basically self-format when the program is finished completing.
I see. So like erase all evidence that this was a tampered droid the moment
Correct.
the droid's functionality has been met.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't that
when the game when
produce
the
evidence?
what?
Because wouldn't there be a log that they formatted, which would basically prove that somebody tampered with them?
I mean, they're going to be able to figure out anyway when they find a fucking USB drive stuck into it.
Mm-hmm.
But this way, it's not traceable.
Gotcha.
There's no way to show that it's not going to be tampered with. There's a physical thing plugged into it. That's not the point of it. Second, instead of having it give a negative modifier to anyone not the ally,
Alloy.
can I double down the negative modifier on one specific player?
Huh. Oh. Okay. Sure. Instead of
Cool.
giving a +2 to Zuda, you want to give a -4 just for someone specific?
Pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't be too difficult.
Basically, just want to make it as difficult as possible for the pimp to win.
Sure. I love how petty that is. I accept.
It's not even petty. It's just he's the most. He is statistically the most likely candidate to win that table.
Why?
So
Because he
that
has a
is
name?
equalized. What?
Why? Because he has a name?
Yeah. He's a named character.
He's a named
The other ones
NPC.
just have like random text on the other thing. You can't. It's not actually readable.
Let's see.
Yeah, Monarchy. Use him by name.
Okay, fair enough.
You have better
Then
name
that's
at
what you
the-
work on.
And then the last thing basically is, if I have a possibility, I have a third stick ready to go that is going to just give the benefit to Zuda in the final round. If I can find some way of getting that onto that droid.
All right. Bet.
Same thing, auto format. Erase all evidence after it's done.
All right. At the end of the day's proceedings, to Neely, you get a call.
Yeah, hello. What's up, brother?
Well, howdy. It's been a minute. Are y'all okay over there?
Oh, yeah, we're doing fine. We're grating down those hodios.
I know you ain't making fun of me for my accent.
Sorry, ma'am.
It's so rude.
I just wanted to call and give you guys an update. I've been monitoring that Star Destroyer, you see. It ain't hard to do, it is just right out my window. But I thought you might want to know that it brought us a small transport with it today.
Hmm.
And when I say small, I mean it's bigger than my ship by a lot, but it ain't no like cargo vessel, I'll tell you that.
Did the
And one
sensors
of
pick up
them,
anything?
yeah, some funny stuff. I'm having Crash send the readings to your droid. What was his name? Clippy?
Hmm. Okay.
It's some weird stuff. Hopefully he'll be able to figure it out. But I thought you might want to know it's one of them ships that they bring people in on. You know what I mean?
Yes, a people ship. I'm well familiar with the concept.
I meant slaves.
Oh. Well, I thought that's illegal.
It is.
Oh my god.
Curious, ain't it?
That just ain't right.
I only recognize it because I spent a lot of time out on the Nizon system where these kinds of ships go back and forth a lot. I
We'll
didn't
have
know
to.
the Empire was dealing in slaves.
Seems the Empire deals in many things.
Oh, right. Y'all are tracking Darga out here, aren't you?
Yeah, do you think he might be on that ship too?
Oh, I don't know. Probably. I haven't seen his ship since we got here. But I'm wondering, is the transport with the Empire or are they the Hutts?
That's a question I've been asking myself for years. Thank you for your insight.
Uh-huh. Well, enjoy whatever hoedown you're at.
Oh, we're gonna get so many credits. Just you watch. You thought 6,000
Ah.
credits was big? Get ready for 7,000 credits.
Oh, the stakes keep going up, man. Unrealistic expectations.
Let me not be known to be a man who is undreaming of the small life. It's
True.
only bigs from here on up.
Lot.
Hello.
You have been sent a message.
There's also an
Sorona's
Ithorian
droid.
who's expecting to hear from you.
Sorona's droid Crash sent you a reading on a Gorzanti class cruiser that has just exited hyperspace above Bespin.
Garbanzo bean.
It's a Garbanzo! The Gorzanti's IFD listed as the Shackles of Nizon. And it doesn't appear to have a pilot based on its readings.
Yeah, if you've ever seen a Nissan on the road, it usually doesn't have a driver.
Very true.
Huh?
Oh.
Ooh.
Will you roll knowledge technology for me, sir?
Knowledge, check knowledge.
Knowledge technology. You're trained in that, right? All right.
See. Knowledge, check knowledge.
That's fine. That's good enough.
Let's go.
You know, and Crash knows that this ship is running on what is known as a circuit. It is like a remote control that has been plugged into the ship's navigational systems, and the ship is being controlled remotely by someone else from somewhere else. It's usually not a super long range. Maybe like the next system over would be like the maximum that it would go. But more likely, these kinds of ships are flown by somebody in a much larger ship nearby. With the goal being to just have no one aboard, or no one you're willing to lose aboard. For whatever reason, Serona thought you might find that interesting.
Well, if I had a 50-50, I'm picking the droid. But yes, it is indeed interesting.
Hey, Kloppy, my son, what have you learned with your learnings about this piece of information that you've been informed of?
How do you know he got the info?
Serona
Because
told
Sor-
me
yeah,
that it's
Sor
going to
said that-
Kloppy.
Yeah, you just.
Also,
As soon as his phone rings, you're like, ah. Did you get into
unbeknownst
Harvard,
to Chew,
son?
but I don't think that Klopp actually went with Chew back to the hotel.
Oh,
This
oh
might be
no,
the
my
first
son's
time
gone
you're
missing.
noticing your son is missing.
Oh my god.
Right? Because you decided to try and usurp the other droid's place.
Yes.
Well, we will have to address that next time. Because I think you
My
might have
son
made your
has
way.
gotten lost. She's
One way
gonna
or another,
spend.
I think you might be on the Star Destroyer.
Oh, my assumption has worked.
Well, we'll find out next week.
Yeah, she's just gonna
Uh,
spend the week in between sessions
On
putting up
Dragon
wanted
Ball
posters
But-
everywhere.
Before I
Damn, well, I
forget,
was hoping that I could end the session by like beating up the droid again.
Why are you a psychopath?
do they keep
He
footage?
just he's just dragging the droid behind him by the mesh tape the entire time.
What's up?
Do they keep footage of this tournament?
I'm sure there's probably some press coverage, but I don't think that it will be publicly televised. No.
We'll have to go to
What?
everyone's house and ask them if they had a VHS tape running.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
record it.
wait, yeah. If it's such a big thing, they're like not broadcasting it at all. You have to go to the arena to watch it.
That's true.
Well, if they're broadcasting that, doesn't mean they're saving it. It might just be a live feed.
There might be a camera crew actually. There might.
Dude,
be a
we exist in
television broadcast.
we exist in very
broadcast.
very long ago. TiVo exists.
Well,
So-
it was less can and more wood. Like I'm trying to think if I vaguely remember reading something about this being like a relatively closed event.
Okay.
Probably
I
on
think
a
it's
pay per view.
I think it's a rich hoity-toity thing.
Maybe they
Yeah,
only
that might be
plan
it.
to broadcast the final.
Maybe.
It would stand to
On
reason
like
that even if there was like a camera crew filming, they would probably only film the more interesting tables that have like the big names at them.
It's exactly what I want, though.
I see. Okay. Oh, so you want to review footage of like the
Yes,
other
if
the,
essentially I
the
was
lady and
going
the
to plan
lieutenant?
on watching exactly what they're doing to see if I can infer into how they are playing.
I see. Yes, I think you can. The lieutenant's easy. He's a savant. There has to be something going on with him upstairs that just makes him on a level above. There's no
Mhm.
other way to explain it. The man very clearly has some system by which he can
Can
just
figure things
deduce
out.
the most random shit.
But so if I'm observing that he can do that, then I would know going into if I ever do have to play him, basically I would need the most stone face in existence and like
A stone
no
face
tell.
would help, and not being intimidated by him would help, but I think more than anything, his only weakness seems to be that he will lead if you follow him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like I could throw him false signs once I know that he's following my signs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For the Lady Fioro, Mirana is a very aggressive player. He will bluff some truly outrageous shit. She plays extremely forward. Uh, you go back through all of her hands, and she folds almost never. I'm being a little hyperbolic, but she's really, really aggressive.
Mhm. Yeah, which leads
She's
to big
willing to take
payout.
a hard loss because she knows that people are going to keep biting if she keeps throwing out the bait. The
That
bigger
sucks
the
cuz that
bait, the
was my
harder it is
plan
to
for
resist.
the next day.
Well, you can not everybody can play that way all the time, and you can certainly do it as a counter strategy. It isn't impossible to just constantly call people's bluffs or play aggressively on like the small blind and the stuff like that.
Well, no, my plan for the third day was going to be always betting even after I lose and doubling my previous until I win and then resetting.
Uh, I mean, that's a strategy. I'm not opposed to you following through on that.
Yeah.
I think it could work. But that's what you pick up on them.
Okay.
The lieutenant just likes to read the table because he's just that good at it and
Mhm.
bases his strategy on that. Whereas Lady Fioro, despite her demeanor, is just the most like I dump my hand, I go all in type of player that you've ever witnessed in the game.
Okay.
She is not afraid to take someone's head, and she's not afraid to put her neck on the block for it either. She knows that a big loss results in a bigger win down the line because if people know you're aggressive, they're going to eventually fumble when it matters most
Yeah,
because
cuz they
they'll
have to
assume that you're
challenge you and
yeah, they
just
have to
hope that
challenge
they
you
win.
eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's careful, she's shrewd, she knows how to time her attacks, but she's relentless and she's willing to take a loss to stay on the offensive.
Mhm.
It's a strategy you've seen a lot of players take in this tournament, but she seems to just have mastered it to a degree that none of the other players seem to have. She's
Okay.
very clearly just good at the game. And that will most likely be your competition if you make it to day 4. And there are a few other people in the tournament still who might make it to day 4 that you would be able to get some information on, and I'll give you some bonuses on that if we get there. But
Okay.
that's what you've asked for, and that's what I've given you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope. I just stayed in my room all day watching TiVo of the matches and trying to figure out what
Space-
these other people are doing.
Space folk.
Trying to ignore the crying Chu nearly distraught that he's lost his son.
Yeah, I will start next week by
Saying
addressing
we're right
what
as.
Klopp has been doing all day,
It's just
leading up to the point where he will most likely make his way to the Star Destroyer on his own by accident, assuming that
Okay.
that's what he wants.
have you seen
Bobby
that
has
movie,
accidentally
Where's
taken
My
over
Droid?
the Empire.
Dude, where's Madroid?
My favorite anime. That day, I fell asleep and woke up as the Emperor of the Galaxy.
Oh yes, our favorite anime.
Yeah, Boku
Oh
no
no,
Kloppy
Klopp's
Did
Academia.
he-
isekai'd.
Did he get hit by a speeder first?
Speeder no.
he actually died in the crash on Capella 3 when Zuda failed his piloting check.
He
And
wasn't even
had,
in
like-
my speeder.
The
He got hit
impact
by
was
a
that
med
big.
lifter.
No, according to his account of the events that took place, he was near speeder.
Oh, okay.
But clearly, he had to have been because he died there.
True.
Well, didn't Clippy like it back in the prison camp like ram his speeder into
Yes.
like the prison tower?
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
that's where he died.
He like
And-
blew out, rashed his face.
I mean, we all know
Yeah.
where he died, the
This is all
AT-AT,
just
but
been-
I love
all-
these
this is all
other...
just been- the entire adventure is just
Yeah.
a hallucination based on weird programming going in the moments
Oh,
before
true.
shutdown.
Klopp literally just
Klopp literally died.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was back when he was
died.
Clippy.
He didn't just die; he got vaporized
There was nothing left.
at the atomic level.
All right, boys.
Yeah, I was told my memory was backed up, and I was like, "Bet."
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
True.
I was like, "Bet." Like
Bet.
it's going to come into effect right now.
I'm going on a trip in my favorite rocket ship.
It shreds, you say.
All right, I'm gonna take a bath and then I'm gonna play Baldur's Gate for several hours.
Have
You're like
fun.
bald man's
Enjoy.
fate.
Night, night.